Hello.
Hey. Oh,
Oh,
my
turn your
audio's
volume down.
on.
Feedback. Yeah, I know. How's it going,
um,
everybody?
if you're painting along, the reference is on our main page, or you can email us at woodburyhillstudio@gmail.com
.com.
for higher res. The model is Megan Burns. Her tag's up there, so if you repost it, make sure to tag her so she can see it. I'm sure
Starts
she would
out
like to see.
MEJE something.
Yeah, it's
You'll
on
see it.
there. It's on the page.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Yeah.
Brittany's cool editing.
So, depending on how you're working on it, if you're just wanting to do a study today, I guess it kind of depends how much you want to zoom in on it, how much detail. Mine's a little bit different. I'm working on a different, it's from the same set, but mine's a little bit almost full body.
Right. I'm going to do basically just a portrait. I want to do a lot of this, but like if you're trying to do this, like start it and finish it
Yeah, if
in
you're
this
doing like an Olo
sitting.
Prima today, or if you're using this to work into it more like we are, that kind of depends on how you, I think, probably want to start off your um, composition or how much of the image you're doing.
Yeah. Is that from anybody like Manny or anybody telling us
Oh,
how?
it's Megan. Hi, Megan, the
Hi,
model.
Megan. Hello. I did the crab wave in honor of the headdress. How cool. Okay.
So, depending on how much of the image you're
This is what
using,
I'm
you
doing
still want to do
basically.
dark.
I'm just showing everybody. This is about how much I think I'm going to paint, or
Yeah,
are we doing the one that's posted there? Is that the one I'm going to do?
that's as much. That's the same image you have. You can do
Oh,
as
okay.
much.
Okay.
I did it so
No,
you
no, I
could.
just wanted to make sure.
Well, I did so you could do either a little bit more information or you can do up close. So if you're doing just an Alla Prima study, I would suggest doing more up close because there's a lot of cool information that you probably
Man,
don't
I
want to
know.
miss out on.
I do want to get all the barnacles and stuff on there, but then it like throws off my
That's
okay.
where it's kind of a fun one. So it depends on what you want to do. Like there's a lot of cool composition in it. The background has a lot. It's a fun one to work into. So if you
Yeah,
know,
I think I'm going to go closer. Yeah.
just
What do you
because of all
think?
that fun detail,
Yeah,
you
there's
want to
still,
get.
but then I still get some of the barnacles. I
Mm-hmm.
get a lot of the pearl, and then I get some of the water even in the back. It's such a beautiful shot.
Dave's
You
doing a
guys did a
faster,
great job,
more like
man.
alla prima style, and I'm doing basically the start to a longer sitting. I'm gonna spend a lot of time on this painting. I'm gonna try to get all the detail and super detailed in painting. I'm working on my composition right now. Um, I'll show up close.
Oh, we don't have the chat on this thing here, right? You
No,
you
I
have
have
it
it.
over there.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Make sure to check it a lot, just in
Mine's
case.
almost to her knees. And so
Yeah.
it's like almost a full body. So
Ah,
I'm making sure to get my
so jelly.
composition in now really well because I don't want to lose um, getting her hands in. They're so pretty. They're beautiful in the shot that I'm using.
Okay. Oh, whoa, not that close. All right, here we go.
And I'm not really going to really work on getting her in as much as around her. If you're starting more up close, um, dark to lights, lean to fat.
We don't have that charcoal pencil around over here, do we? Is it over there? I was almost gonna maybe doodle in a little bit. No, I guess I can draw with my brush.
Last time you said it was a pain in the dick to go over it again.
Yeah, I'll, I'll just do this with my brush.
But since she has that headdress, you probably want to kind of make sure you kind of do a lot of your starting there. Don't go straight to her face. Work around her, build her into the shape. Because it's a lot of information.
All right, so when I'm starting out this thing, I am not thing as in the models of thing. I'm saying the painting as a whole. I kind of was looking at how I wanted to do it, so I tried to just sort of stain in like where the most of my information is kind of going to be. But what I'm going to do now is I definitely want to limit the amount of space that I have to draw in, even like to try to keep that to a minimum, so that I'm not responsible, I guess you could say, for all that information. Like I tell my brain kind of to just shut off and
Yeah, because there's
have
a
to
lot, so
worry
you're
about
gonna
it.
want to like get right into a lot of stuff and just don't. Just kind of do a lot more blocking in.
Yeah, like just get this thing, get the image as simple as I can is what I'm kind of doing.
And work with the darks. There's so much darks, and to make those any of these lights make sense, don't even try to like. I would suggest personally, like not even trying to work on all that lights and the pearls and the glow in her. Just really focus on the darks, because those are going to be need to be there regardless to make her pop.
But I'm going to try to draw the extreme outline of every part of this image because, um, like I said, you need to really block in what truly is her face, because everybody seems to, when they paint or draw or whatever, they always are focusing on eyes and the face and skin tones. And if you notice on my portrait, I have an old pile of some skin tone from a painting I was working on earlier, but that's just because I thought it's still good paint and I could work with it. I could tint it warm or cool still. It's a very neutral pile. It's the only reason it's on my palette whatsoever. But and then I have a small pile of like a warmer version of white and a cooler version of white on here. But I have no skin tones that I'm intending to use from this model on my palette at all. And this was something that came up with the gentleman that taught me to paint during workshops, that we would do is people, like, from the moment they sat their ass down in a chair, they were starting to stress already about how do I mix this color of skin tone? How do I mix skin tones? Like, what's your mixture for it? Blah, blah, blah. All these questions about it, but that's not important. You just draw. Get a good draw. Work on that drawing, if anything. You want it to be like coloring by numbers by the time you're starting to even worry about mixing color. That's the stuff everybody starts talking about, all this art talk. Like, I noticed when I was going to art schools and whatnot, or went to a school, and really no one just puts it simply like, hey, don't start worrying yourself with a bunch of information yet. That's not important. Just get the drawing down good. And however that works for you, do it. I mean, if you're projecting it up on there, then I think you're selling yourself short. But
And with me, I'm really making sure before I even kind of block anything in of her shoulders or her arms or her head is I'm worrying about the composition of the the location. I'll pull my photo's not on there, so you can't see my reference, but I'll pull up a little bit closer. That's the one I'm doing, and so I really want to make and the composition is everything for me in this image. It's kind of what really kind of sells the
yeah, I didn't even mention that.
what.
Like making sure to compose it, but that's kind
Yeah,
of what I meant by like getting the outside
yeah, you're
of your
drawing.
painting area.
Drawing is all
Yeah,
part of that composition too, because all of a sudden you can, you want to make sure it's set where you want it and it's locked in the shape before, like, at least for me, like, because then I tend to get too locked into detail
right.
if I.
It's one of those art school fundamental words I think that a lot of people get intimidated by sometimes, and it's not that big of a deal. It's not that, like, there's whole books on it. Like, it's a big deal, but it's not like some unattainable ideal in your head. It's simply just placing what you want to say in a pleasing area for someone that's going to want to look at it and get all the information they possibly can from it that you want them to get.
Yeah, and eliminating tangents, you know, like lines that are bleeding into another line, like if her shoulder, you know, for instance, is like if her crab, that some of those crab shells kind of went off with that brick in the background, I would avoid either putting it in or using a different image, because then it just kind of looks strange, you know, and not at first glance, but it always kind of will always lead your eye to um, drift off where that tangent is.
I keep forgetting I gotta leave. Also, make sure to try to leave. This is something I'm so terrible at, but leave a little bit of room for someone to put a frame on things.
Composition.
Yeah, man.
And for me, I'm just focusing on the negative space around her. And then I'll start slowly kind of inching into shaping what she looks like and measuring shoulders and everything. But I mainly want it, since I really like not just her in this image, but I really like the composition. There's a lot of cool pillars in the pier. There's a lot of really cool ripples in the ocean. So there's a lot of stuff I want to make sure I get, including our model, like, you know, to make the, like what Dave was saying, appealing. You know, there's a lot of cool information in this pier. All that barnacle on those pier or on those beams next to her are so cool.
So much fun to paint, man. Like,
they were sitting there talking to the model the whole time. One was staring directly at her, like almost.
Yeah. You have a picture of her looking back at it.
Yeah.
Like at the creature.
Yeah.
I talked, if the model is watching, Megan, if you're watching, I hope you remember I was talking to her about that. I was like, you know, I was up there and I was discussing how when me and Brittany went and kind of scouted this spot out, I stood in just for a moment to pretend I was the model.
For lighting and
oh my gosh. I was the biggest baby. Like there's so many every single picture she took of me while I was standing in is me, my eyes just bugging out of my head, staring over, you know, like making sure nothing was going to crawl out onto my face or take a bite of my cheek or whatever. I don't know. It was just weird. So fun though. So I'm kind of trying to use a little bit of my value actually to just eliminate certain areas of my painting away from my attention again. I have a really hard time doing that as I'm going, so I'm kind of like a weirdo that's got to like go in and just, in my head, I erase parts away from, so I can't see them, or I just kind of, whatever, you know, whatever you got to do to get by.
Yeah, that's why I like using my squeegee. It's my favorite. Because then I
Cheater.
can... I'm not cheating.
No, I know. I'm just, you know how everybody has hang-ups about like what they're not allowed to do or what they are allowed to do.
Oh, so I have to use hair of a pig.
Mm-hmm. You must use the head of a hog.
Use the hair of a hog. Are these the same people that own the galleries telling everyone to do that? Buy the most expensive brush to achieve the job. No, sometimes that actually is true with the brushes, buying the expensive ones.
Those are some of the higher priced brushes, I do have to agree, are worth their price.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you wash the cheaper ones the first time and they just turn into they explode on you. Yay. No, those are the only...
yeah, Megan said she heard. She said she's here.
Yeah, that's funny.
And if you're painting along, remember dark to light, lean to fat, front to or back to front, and lean meaning like loose or thin paint.
Yeah. Really thin paint.
Just so you're kind of, at least for me, I take that as in so I don't like kind of lock anything in too quickly, you know? You're going to move everything around, I feel like, quite a bit.
You try to nail the drawing the first time, but sometimes you don't.
I haven't really. I've been like doing way looser startings lately, and then get to my drawing.
You know what? When I do that, I found that sometimes the loosest lines that I've left on a painting will stay to the end,
Yep.
and they're the best
Yep.
lines, man. I'm telling you, that is
That's
the
why
truth.
that's what I was saying. I
100%.
love the squeegee because I can just kind of like play around until I find my shape, and then it lets me actually carve a highlight and a dark at the same time. Where when you do that with a brush and you go in and you kind of carve through, it takes paint off. It doesn't keep it there. The squeegee keeps it on the painting.
Yeah. I think Vanessa Lemons does that a lot. The artist Vanessa Lemons.
Yeah, I love her art. It's so beautiful.
She is awesome.
I know. She does, because I remember she was at Massive Black.
Mm-hmm.
I remember seeing her using a lot of. She had like multiple cool looking, not brushes, like squeegees and palette knives.
Yeah, spatulas from the kitchen. I think she uses sometimes. Like she uses all kinds of cool stuff.
Yeah, like whatever.
I think she has her own set of squeegees now that she uses.
She should. She would have a good idea to tell a company on what to make.
Oh yeah.
Like...
paintings are incredible. Vanessa Lemons, if you haven't seen her work or you aren't familiar with her work, look up her work. She also teaches.
Yeah, worth it. Like she's amazing.
Yeah, I thought it was really cool meeting her when we met her at the Massive Black event. She was cool.
Yeah.
And the guy with the birds.
The what?
The guy with the hawk or the falcon that came up. The sculptor, I think he was.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he did, huh?
Yeah. A big falcon that showed up or something. I gotta get back to my drawing instead of starting to mess with details. I got sucked in.
That's what I was literally just thinking a few minutes ago. I was like, remember with this painting, regardless of you painting super up close to her face, she still has all of those attachments, all those pieces coming off of her face. So no matter what, don't get caught up in detail yet. Just worry about. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just no. Go ahead.
I would say just worry about getting your darks in, getting shape in, kind of blocking in whatever you're doing, regardless of how close or how far back you're doing it. Because you're going to want to jump into detail. There's so much cool information that you're going to get kind of caught up in something that you're going to, no matter what, you're going to find something to get caught up and want to rock. Because there's a lot of fun information.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff that you could push yourself or your abilities with on this painting, which is always kind of the fun part of it.
That's why I like this one as a reference.
Oh man, this is going to be great. And what I was going to interrupt you with was just reminding folks, like when you're drawing or whatever you're doing, keep it loose, man. Like draw from your shoulder, use your whole arm. Allow yourself to screw up. That's always the best stuff.
Yeah, because you're going to paint into it. You're going to spend time on it. I feel like that's where, like, a lot of times you kind of will leave a painting is when you...
When it starts to head south?
Yeah, and that's usually where you actually
needed to find the gold.
Yeah, that's where you were actually finding it. And since I'm doing quite a lot of her body, like most of it, I'm really going to be worrying about just measuring and kind of getting darks around her built up, just so I could kind of lock in her anatomy, and I want to make sure I don't go too big, so then I don't have her hands in, because that's what I really want to make sure I get that composition. It almost has this cool X, and then she's like making an opposite X with the composition of the barnacles on
Right?
my reference. It's like this perfect kind of cut into it. So I just want
Yeah.
to make sure I get all that in, and I don't want to jump the gun and get to putting all this information on her face, and then all of a sudden I'm like, damn it, I did it too
Yeah.
big.
And just remember to during drawing and stuff, like I said, I can't tell people because I just didn't know. I didn't paint with people when I first was trying to learn. I didn't make art with other people. Like
Which
that
you
wasn't a
should.
thing. I
Paint
didn't know.
Paint
Yeah.
with artists. Paint with friends that
Definitely
are artists.
find a group of people that you can paint with or draw with or make art with, whatever, in a group. Because then you have, like, I never knew if I sucked, if I was doing things right or wrong. I didn't know anything because I didn't have anybody to tell me, like, give me crits or
Or
you
just
know,
to
critiques
bounce
or
ideas
to
or
bounce.
see how they're doing it. Look how techniques.
Not competitionally, just to know if I was even on the right track. Like if I was doing things totally ridiculous.
There's such a weird thing in our world. I feel like in a lot of worlds, people want to pretend like.
But what I was going to say real quick about it though is just because it's in the drawing stage. It's like people will see what they're drawing and they'll freak out. It doesn't look right. It's not correct or whatever.
Or intimidated because this has a lot of information.
Yeah, and so something doesn't start immediately looking right, or the expression doesn't look right, or the likeness isn't there, or whatever. When you're starting to initially draw, who cares? That's
you'll
that's
catch it.
nothing.
You'll find it. You'll get there.
It's gonna show up. Like if you keep working at it, of course. I mean, if you give up, then you give up. That's on you. But you know.
Usually painting, I don't know, I figure out it's just doing it and doing it and doing it and keep figuring out. Some of my paintings, like some of my earlier ones, I mean, mine are still overworked because I'm still young and learning, but
right, you're still
some of my
very
early paintings were so worked into where at the end you could call it not bad. The anatomy was correct. There was separation in color, whatever. There's some, there's obviously some mistakes or whatever, but if you really knew, if you looked at it, you're like, oh, she worked this painting so hard to get here.
I used to say, remember I used to tell you all the time, I just beat this one into submission.
Yeah.
Yeah, you work on it for so long, you feel like you've just literally pounded the painting into submission.
Yeah,
and finally just was like, okay, I'll paint myself. Like, let me die. No, you hide it in the dark corner of the room. Yeah. That's why I've felt like it's been so freeing, because we've been going on this just because we've run out of room in our apartment basically to store paintings.
Our whole house is only art.
That's all we have is a bed and cat stuff because we love a cat, our buddy, and then and painting, art stuff, easels and painting stacked against walls, stacked against everything that stands still long enough to be stacked against. And so like some of them you start to go, oh, this is just not gonna happen, man.
You're fooling yourself.
Yeah. Well, I'm never gonna show this to anybody. No one's ever gonna want to buy this, or no one's gonna care. And I don't want it on the wall for certain. No, so this very freeing thing that we've been doing lately is like, okay, we either gotta put it up, try to sell it, or get rid of it.
Yeah, cover it.
Yeah, repurpose it, not get rid of it.
Yeah, no, don't waste canvas ever.
Don't ever waste a painting. There's some really cool stuff that I've gleaned from reading books on favorite artists of mine about how, back in the day, they used to laugh at artists that today we worship because in the neighborhoods, in the towns, people would go and buy meat at the meat market or whatever, and their butcher paper would come with drawings and stuff on it from some of the masters just because they ran out of stuff at home to paint on or draw on or whatever. And these guys would just draw on these large things of butcher paper, or they would use their children's clothes tablecloths, curtains. Some of them they would talk about. Like I was reading a biography about Rembrandt, and it said that that was a thing. So we don't waste.
No, never waste.
Besides, canvases these days are way more expensive.
It's so much cheaper just to go get raw wood,
Birch,
get really
yeah.
nice gesso. I've learned that. Like there's some products where I'm like, oh, you don't need to worry about like the best of the best sometimes, or you can find other alternatives. But with gesso, I learned no, just get the get the best of the best, because that stuff is so nice once it compared to anything other than the like best grade. It really shows a difference. Even the mid to the high range, there was a huge difference.
Yeah. Oh, that's not gonna work. Oh.
I can readjust it. Here. Just have it.
There you go. I think you got it.
Yep. There you go.
Yep. I think it's a little better. Cool.
So I'm still kind of shaping her in by getting the darks around her. And I'm kind of using a lot of weird textures right now because in my reference I'm going to be using a lot of the pier and the water and the waves and the sand. So I'm wanting to leave a lot of weird weird shapes and structures that come through the thinner coming, you know, and use the, what is that when that like starts bleeding? I love, you know, like
oh,
that.
Oh, that's the thinner. Yeah, that's
just,
like pure thinner that coagulates together. And,
yeah,
and
that's how you would.
like
that's how you would word that. Yeah, and I'm using a lot. I'm going to try to use a lot of that.
Yeah.
Throughout the beginning
it's when
stages.
it kind of leaches out of this paint from up here, and then it finds little channels and becomes little streams and then rivers, and that's where you see how it takes out the pure pigment.
Yeah.
And it leaves the really white behind it.
Yeah.
I know, it's so awesome.
But yeah, it's just like, you know, paintings are constant, dark to light, back to front. Remember that. Remeasuring whatever you found your anchor or whatever you're starting your drawing based off or your composition, find your anchor that you're building off of, and remember to keep measuring off of that. It's just a way to keep you in zone. And if you're way above what the hell I'm saying and you're just painting along,
cool. Glad to have you.
and I'm probably
pipe in with any advice.
Yeah.
No, for real.
I do not think I'm an expert, nor
No.
are we here to be teaching anyone. We're just here to paint with people, and we're just speaking out loud what we're doing.
Passing along, whatever.
We're not people that we want to just build a place for people to have some references to paint along with and have fun. We also will. We're always down to set up like Zoom room paintings while we're doing these, so then like we could be more FaceTime talking while we're doing it, if you wanted to. If you are painting along, make sure to tag us in the model so we can see it.
Yeah, I'm restarting some of this for my panel's only like that. And I had originally started drawing it as if it was long, and it's not. So, so her head is moving down.
And that's what's always awesome in this beginning stages. Make sure to make the changes you want to while you see them instead of making your job hard. You know, sometimes we get into, we're like, oh man, I'll fix that. Well, just fix it now, because I did that a lot in the beginning, and I was like, oh, I'm actually making my job harder, thinking I'm not. Like, I'm trying to outsmart myself. Like, you're going to still paint it, idiot.
Yeah, you still are responsible for painting this. It's got to change now. See, I think...
Is it happening? Is it not locking in?
Well, no, I put the screw in low on this side. So I'm going to have to go back down so at least it'll sit level.
And so kind of really work on locking in what you want, and before you start getting your real colors mixing and really making any serious serious decisions on stuff. Because then you're just going to have to keep reworking into what you do, wasting paint. More than anything, you're just wasting paint because you're no matter what, you're gonna have fun painting. So if you if you have to keep painting and painting, that's fine. But you just wasting material. That's also why I love these squeegees, is I feel like I waste less paint. When I used to do a lot of this kind of drawing with the brushes like this, like moving around like that, I felt like I was always dipping into my pile, my drawing pile. Now I feel like once I get an initial thing up there, I can really push it around.
You can move it around easier.
Yeah. For a long time, like I can go quite a while.
I agree.
Without doing
I agree
that.
with that. With the squarish stuff, because I realize I just gonna have to do this.
Oh, look at Manny. Oh, is that Kaylin painting with you too? There's Manny.
Oh,
that looks
that's dope. What?
That looks sick. That looks great, Manny. That's a great start. Look,
Yeah, it's a killer start already.
got a lot. You got all the darks in. That's dope. You guys having fun? That looks great, man. You gotten far so far too. It's dope.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
How old is Kaylin now? She's what?
Oh,
22?
it wasn't Kaylin. It's Adriana.
Oh, it's Adriana. Okay.
Yeah.
Kaylin's what? 48? 60. Oh no. Okay. Yeah. See, I want the composition I see, but I'm not drawing it that way. It's like I'm starting over this way.
Hey, that's part of it, right?
Yeah.
Starting over when you need to. That's a great solid drawing, Manny.
Yeah,
you got
it
a
is.
likeness in. You got all the darks in.
Glad that he's. Oh, well, he's. If you're listening, dude, I've got some questions. I'm gonna hit you up. Zoom you. So maybe tonight. Oh, yeah.
So I'm just going in, and now that I've found a little bit more of the composition I want, it's not quite there, but it's a little bit more in. So now I can start getting a little bit more of my darks in around her. I'm going to start kind of carving or building around, whatever.
No, it's the same. That's what. See, that's the cool part of it.
The wording is weird. The wording sounds like you're removing, but you're still carving into it.
When you watch somebody paint that like really knows their stuff, you realize that they're like carving, or they actually like carve when they paint.
Yeah.
Or you'll see them like build layers of paint on top. You know what I mean? It's almost like they're stacking in the planes that are on the face too, like the different planes. No, I love that whole kind of idea of it. It's almost like sculpting.
Yeah.
Only we recreate light. I believe in sculpting, they recreate shadow.
Yeah, that's the difference between like a sculpting an object versus a 2D versus 3D.
Yeah. Is you try to recreate things that will cast the same shadows in sculpting. And in paint, you're trying to recreate strokes of paint that mimic light.
Yeah.
Or the reflection of light on a surface. But, I don't know. Help me wrap my head around the difference. Because it to me is so much the same.
Yeah.
Man, this headdress is dope. I just wish I'm almost wanting to just paint it. No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that.
No,
what
just because
a
of all
reference,
the.
Though, man, that is just so much fun to even draw. And you get these cool shapes everywhere, so you look like the cool, you know what I mean? Like your painting's gonna look cool.
Yeah, regardless, because of all the cool information.
Yeah, you
She's a
just get all
beautiful
these really neat
model.
shapes and then a beautiful
Yeah.
model. Yeah, it's kind of a cool gig.
She got cool skin tones too. It kind of like really popped with all the.
So soft and all these sharp points around her and stuff.
Yeah,
It
it kind
works.
of good.
Cool
It's a
contrast.
contrast.
Yeah. Jinx, yummy soda. We don't have any soda, by the way. That's a problem. Roller coaster. We have to be careful. We're gonna get pulled.
Mm-hmm.
If anyone could hear our music, please tell us so we could shut it down and not get pulled.
I know. I've been trying to find a
They
perfect
pull all of our
ground.
videos. We tell everyone, "Hey, we have these videos up right now," and then they're gone.
I know.
Congratulations, YouTube. Whatever your program is working really
Yeah,
good.
you guys, two idiots.
You're getting your money's worth, or you're paying your people well. We ain't trying to do it. We just forget, or we don't think it can hear, or whatever.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that perfect kind of range because I can't paint without music or something.
Yeah, that's the difficulty. Is
I guess I could, but
we might have to for the people.
such a have someone playing piano or some shit. I think that's why they have those free they have free stuff. And I'm just kind of using my tool right now to build because I'm using
your tool.
I'm painting a lot of the pearls, and she has a skirt on mine that you're getting, so I'm gonna try to use my little squeegee tool now to carve into a lot of that detail now. Now that I got a little bit more marked in. Ooh. Forgot I was using my
Using that Carlos Torres method, all violent.
I think I have a little bit of that in me. I've already broken 2 brushes.
Carlos Torres is this tattoo artist. He has a shop in Long Beach, and
California.
yeah, Long Beach, California, and he used to paint. We used to all paint together, and he used to push really hard when he painted, and he would actually snap paintbrushes, like the handles of them. He did it twice, I think, during paint nights.
You just get so into what you're doing, man. I get it.
Yes, he was really, it's intense. You get so studied, and you're painting around all these dudes that are like super badass.
Yeah, so you're kind of
And
super
just
into what
people
you're
that were
doing.
badass. There wasn't it was just happened not to be a lot of ladies that painted with us. I think Nicole did that time, right?
Yeah, Hannah did.
Hannah did, yes, Hannah. That's right. I wonder whatever happened to Hannah.
I follow her. I see her. I think she's doing well. I don't remember when the last time I saw her on there.
She still do art?
I think so. I think she does like digital stuff. No, like a lot.
I think
more
she
of
did.
that.
That was her business. She ran.
Yeah.
She was an artist that did work for people, like big stuff.
Alright, now that I kind of got her locked in, I'm going to do a little blur, and then I'm going to start kind of doing a drawing of the model. Now I got the composition and darks in. And oh, you're on your drawing too. Yeah. Work from ground zero. If you're working on a likeness at all right now, I'm trying to remember because I'm working on something bigger, so I want to remember to kind of talk about faster detail somewhere someone would be. If you're working a little bit more up close, she has a great shelf, and it's like that's I think what's good.
Whoa.
Shelf.
I know. I'm just kidding.
Oh. But like work on the ground zero. If you're working on a likeness and work your way out, but she's got a really
This
strong...
is ground zero, by the way.
Yes, I was just getting that to the area between the center of your eye, your nose, that center point, your third eye.
Between your third eye, between your eyebrows.
Yes,
is ground zero.
And she's got a really nice, soft and strong brow.
Yeah,
that's what gives her that really soft and strong look at the same time.
Then find the top of her cheekbones, like the highest point of her cheekbones, and draw a line across them so you know where that plane is, where that rolls over. So you're kind of basically lining in the eye socket when you're doing that. Then you can kind of draw your eye socket in.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. Like all her other features are really soft. She's got those doe eyes. She's got that tiny, cute little boop nose, and really like large boop. You know, like when you poke them.
Nose? Boop. Yeah.
And then like really angelic lips. So that's where I think that those that whole shelf, the eyebrow shelf, is what's going to give her that like strong and super feminine, you know,
super soft.
Because you can go too soft on her and lose that likeness if you just focus on that kind of doe eye, you know, and angelic features. Does that make sense? I don't know. I'm just talking out my ass.
No.
I was just noticing what I was seeing.
It's just hard because there's no feedback in here. Like, there's nobody to talk to except for me, and we're both doing the same thing. So yeah. I'm like, she's saying it.
I almost just dipped that right in my coffee.
Oh, I forgot I had coffee.
All right, now that I have a little bit more, actually, a little more softening there.
I thought, did you think that? I thought that was hilarious.
What?
That Dr. Green Thumb podcast.
Oh, yeah, I want to listen to the rest of it.
Yeah. About Kanye.
All right, now I'm going to start...
Oopsie.
Oh, Megan said she's finding it helpful listening. Awesome. Cool.
Definitely not watching though. No.
No, when we were talking about how to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's kind of like the stuff we heard that we never claimed to practice it perfectly all the time, but and it's funny because I constantly find stuff that Manny, you've been there a bunch of times too, man. Feel free to chat, on the chat, comment in on stuff that you remember. You've been on many a paint night with Mike, and so I'm certain you've heard lots of stuff that was said too. But we always talk about how even though there was a lot of stuff that was told, it wasn't always followed as much. You know what I mean? Like there was things that were
a lot of said and not done.
Yeah. Like don't do this, but then I'd turn around and that thing was being done, and I'd always be like, what? So that's true with everything, though. You can't hold people to that or say that it was on purpose. It was just the way it was. It's just the way things are. But for the most part, a lot of these rules hold true. Like, the fundamentals are
I think a lot of like why I always repeat the dark to light, lean to fat, back to front, because those are so. If you stick to that,
It helps you
it
too. It
really
makes you remember.
it makes you, yeah, and it really, that those ones always help me the most, because no matter what, that's where you'll find um, likenesses or recreating light, whatever. If you stick to that, you start honing everything else in. And then now that I'm getting more towards the face, I'm finding my more anchor point from here, and I kind of shadowed in some of the headdress and marked that in between my composition, that V. I have her kind of mapped in there, so I'm gonna make sure I kind of, before I go too much into her face, get that area correct where I want it. And remembering to stick to those anchor points, and that's how you kind of keep from growing your painting.
Oh yeah,
You know,
that's
like
a
if you
common
don't, you
thing.
tend to grow, the painting grows and grows and grows and grows and
Just
grows.
naturally. It's not like anything, it's just naturally. As
Yeah,
you add stuff to stuff, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So that happens in paintings too.
yeah.
So if you're aware of it though, and someone tells you, "Oh yeah, that's how that happened," then you kind of think of those things. It seems like a big no duh, but that does
You
happen.
forget. That's why I was saying I always go back to remeasuring everything as I'm going, and that really helps me keep that in line. Because if not, all of a sudden I'll miss all this information I wanted to paint, and I'm committed to doing a painting not at all in the composition I wanted, or you're going to have to start over, and no one wants to do that at that point, that far.
A little bit on the colors we use, maybe.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, because I'm still in the stain. Right now we're in our stain, and we work in oils. So olive green and burnt sienna with a little bit of Indian yellow is.
Oh no, it's olive green and alizarin
I didn't mean to say
crimson.
burnt sienna. Sorry, alizarin crimson and Indian yellow. That's the color right now we both have, and kind of depending on um, what you want to contrast, I lean more towards green or the red. You know, depending on whatever you're wanting to pull the opposite way
Green
out
being
of.
the olive, red being alizarin crimson.
Yes, and that's what we have right now. And I'm not worrying about any colors right now. I'm just building my darks and my shapes and composition. Um, right now, are you still in that too? Okay, yeah, you're in that too.
Yeah, I'm still in the stain. I'm not
Yeah.
doing anything. I'm using the stain as my shot. I realized my drawing was really sucking. That's okay. I can fix that.
And so now I'm starting on the ground zero of her.
But we use that. We use a stain of olive, alizarin crimson, and the Indian yellow, and it's like 75% olive green,
Yes.
about, I would say, almost 20% alizarin crimson, and maybe 5% Indian yellow. Indian yellow is kind of tossed in because it's dark. I mean, what we're drawing with right now is shadow side. It's kind of the dark side of the painting, or it's the shadows and stuff.
These colors in particular work really well for flushes, because they have
They
this,
blend in really
well,
well.
and they also can be, this richness can be pulled out of all of them. You know, individually, there's this kind of
because
like,
of the Indian yellow.
yeah.
You know, there's this Indian yellow is added in because, like I said, this is a shadow side of the painting a lot. And in every shadows are transparent. Indian yellow is a very transparent paint. So we use that in the initial mix. It kind of, it carries the transparency for you. It adds the transparency into the darks. Because as soon as you drop anything, and all of those colors like alizarin, olive green, and Indian yellow, they're all transparent colors. They're all very transparent oil paint colors.
Yeah, that's what I was
when
gonna
you
say.
buy them at the store type thing. They're kind of a transparent. Like if you open them up and rub them on your fingers,
They're
you'll see
greasy and
through them.
oily.
Greasy.
That's what I was getting at. And there's this, not,
Sorry.
I hate the word mucky, but it's just the best way I can think of. They have this like mucky and transparent oiliness that, like, that
It's
just
magic. That's the magic
yeah,
part of oil painting.
that underglow, you know, and the richness that comes through a person's skin.
Luminescence,
Yeah,
and
luminosity.
yeah.
And it looks really dirty and mucky right now, but that's because it doesn't have anything to bounce off of yet or to play with.
But then as you work out into the light, you're going to
Mm-hmm.
get that light by the opaque colors that you're going to pile on top of, or bring up into the highlighting and the foreground. You know what I mean? It's going to be the highest highlight. So you're going to have all that transparency and all that darkness to pop opacity or opaque paints and light on top of. So it'll work. It'll pop out. It'll stand out on it. And those are just things to keep in mind. So if you're working on things that are not in shadow, they shouldn't be transparent. I mean, although you can glaze over the top of them, and that's kind of a transparent act, but that's a whole nother ballgame. That's another story.
And so I'm just working on her face. I'm probably a little bit farther than most of you because I'm working a little bit larger and more full scale.
Putting on a lot of paint.
Yeah. But so I started at ground zero and I'm kind of working my way through her face that way now that I got the outside. Because no matter what, I think, I mean, you could, if you're someone who's super skilled and you have your own methods, totally. But from my personal skill level, which isn't, I wouldn't call anywhere professional or anything, you know, it's still in the amateur, a lot of self-taught or picked up from people around, but no schooling. But it really helps to like start off your drawing on the outside and then work your way in. And like I said, some artists are really skilled or they just prefer to work on a splash of a face, you know, so
yeah.
to each his own. But it really helps now that I have, you know, kind of I built around her. I have her head kind of locked in. Now I'm working from the in out and out in and then in out from the face at least.
The old in out, in out.
And so now that I got a ground zero in, I'm going to kind of start marking and measuring her features. And these are the differences between people. These are the small little minute changes of where things line up and how far down they go on the face, how, you know, these tiny little changes. And this is where you kind of lock those in to make your job easier later down the line. And I'm just going and putting the darks of her face in. Nothing, no detail. No detail. Just light little kind of landmarking the nostrils that line up with the eyes, corner of the eyes. And the lips, the edge of the lips line up with about like, it's not, it's always different per person, but somewhere in between like the iris, right? You know, like the inner, mid, depending on individuals' features. Or some people like to play with this, and this is where you build characters. So if you're using this as a character reference, because I know a lot of people on Twitch like to build characters, and she's amazing reference for a character right now.
Oh,
so
yeah.
if you want to turn her into
She'd
this
be a great reference for like a snow queen or something, her skin.
Yeah. Or just like a whole scene, a set, anything. Like she's so fun to set up anywhere, and you can just kind of like turn this into a character. That's where you get to play with all those features to change people outside of the kind of normal human look. But who was it that said you got to know the real anatomy to fake it cool?
I've kind of said that a lot. No.
I thought that was Da Vinci or...
Oh, no. No, Da Vinci said, yeah, basically, he didn't, yeah, you threw me off by the way you spoke.
Yeah.
You didn't say those and thous. No. No, I'm kidding. No, that's what he said in his sketchbooks, I think, in his drawings. Da Vinci's drawings or something like that. Yeah, he did. He talked about that a lot. He thought it was silly how it's kind of the other way around.
Yeah, people try to like fake it first, thinking they'll figure it out through fake, you know, cartoonizing or...
That's so funny.
But really, when you want it to look really, when you see someone who does that stuff and you're like, oh, they're cool. And then you see someone you're like, wow, that's really cool. Like someone who does more not realism. It's only because they really have their mind wrapped around realism, or
Yeah, they could rock anatomy, actually.
Yeah, they know what they're doing to make that illusion appropriate to your eye, because your eye fills in blanks. So if you know what you're really doing, you know what to add and not add to let the eye fill in the blank for you. It's like those optical illusion books and stuff as a kid. Your mind plays tricks on you. So I don't know. To me, those are those difference between good cartoonist and great.
Well, you could tell when they know what they're doing. Even though that what they're drawing in front of you is not real or normal.
Yeah, not of this world.
Yeah.
Of any form, whatever that is. Cartoon or doing just a weird character that's not real.
Oh, I love this jam. This jam.
Yeah. I think there's a way to actually link your Spotify on here, which is what we listen to. And then you don't have to worry about it because it just plays the Spotify streaming through it, and then the person gets the credit through Spotify. You know how like the royalties,
that would be a good way to do it.
Exactly. I saw on there, and there's like an extension, I think, to link.
We'll have to look into that.
Yeah.
We're still new at this.
But I think that's how and I was like, oh, that's smart. So then everyone, because that was my always thing. I was like, I don't mind giving someone credit. I'm an artist. I want everyone to get credit where credit's due.
Yeah, we get that. Someone's listening in the future, if ever, and going, oh, what idiots. That's so easy. All you do is...
I know. We're tech tards. We're idiots. Or tech-tarded.
Hey, that's not PC anymore. Oh, wait. Tech-tarded, I think, is still allowed.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you just can't say the R word.
See, you turned something that was not even something into something.
You better, okay.
And so with my reference, it's a little bit different. I think you have a more straight-on look.
I do.
Where her chin is slightly up and she's kind of still looking directly at you. It's very, very pretty look. But very on mine, I have to make sure to keep that chin raised, or else it's going to fall where your guys' image is, where she's looking directly straight on you. And that's those little slight changes of making sure you constantly remeasure, because I just realized I almost made her start looking directly at me, and then, caught myself not measuring. Baby squeegees. Big squeegees. I love the baby squeegees for the face details.
I thought you were calling me names.
You're a little baby squeegee. That's actually a great name.
What's up, baby squeegee? Yo, this is baby squeegee coming at you on the brow.
Oh, I was thinking more like you're a baby.
Oh. And see, now you took all my coolness away.
Well, you...
This is baby squay.
I realized I went a little dark on some of these spots lining in. That's where on your drawing too, sometimes you got to make sure that lean to fat, which means like lean amount of paint, thin amounts of it at first. So then you don't have to work so hard to not cover up a mistake, but cover up something with paint. And I realized I'm really dark in an area that I'm going to sit and have to spend forever trying to
get it back light again.
And I'm just going to remove that now. And that's where that taking your time in the drawing stage and not panicking to get likeness, not panicking for something to look, perfect or anything. It's just kind of trusting that process.
I knew it.
Is it Parliament?
Yep.
That was just
talking.
I know, all the time. to lighten up some of these areas right now. And then I'm going to go back into getting some darks, mix a dark pile. And with working with the eyes, especially with someone who has really pretty doe eyes, they're very soft and like they're glossy. Um, don't rush to get to all those details. It's human of us. We're enchanted by eyes. We want to make sure we rock the eyes. It's super important, and you can rock them, but remember that rocking of that detail is so subtle. If you look at any, regardless of how zoomed in you are in the reference, and if you're even painting the eye, basically with all the detail, there's so little information. So don't rush to get there. Build the socket around her area. It's really beautiful. She's got a great socket, which is like it's her eyes are deep in there, but there's a large socket. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Am I wording that right? But it's a really cool. So don't rush to get her like the beautiful doughy gloss look. Really kind of work on getting that glow and shape of her actual brow and
Yeah, the
eye
whole
socket.
socket.
Yeah, and then let the eye come through.
It'll show up.
It'll show up, and it's so little of information with eyes. It's dark and a little boop boop boops of light here and there.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I did the boop boops again, but I think it makes sense. But I was just noticing I went to going right into trying to do the eyes already, and I was like, I haven't even made sure my composition of her face is correct yet, and where I wanted everything. So I was just saying if out loud, because I tend to do that too, especially when they're really like captivating eyes.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going and kind of softening in and kind of blocking in everything. In the words of Natalia Fabia, well, I mean, I'm sure she got it from somewhere else, but from where I always hear it in my head is grouping.
Oh, grouping the shapes. Yeah.
Grouping the shapes. It's a great word, so you to wrap your mind around getting everything in the same value somewhere and getting it locked in there. Then go to the next stage. Don't try to jump. Speaking of Natalia Fabia, if you're into paint alongs, she does really fun ones weekly on Instagram. Natalia Fabia. I think you can find her like anywhere on that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just kind of going in and reestablishing some of the darks. I'm going to go in and start getting my blacks in and then mix my blacks and grays. And start working on locking stuff in a little bit more. More little details.
I'm just working my way down, trying to get all the measurements right. Rechecking my ground zero. I've had to, even as Brittany was saying it, I've had to go in and make sure that I was setting in the sockets and not drawing the eyes as much.
That's why I like saying stuff
No,
out loud.
I was
Yeah, it's
glad you
just
did
like
because it stopped me. I got it started getting all locked in, you know.
that's what happened to me too. And it's just every habits everyone does. You can't help it. It's just
Mm-hmm.
that natural thing. Especially like that's why I said out loud. Your mind just instantly kind of wants to go to eyes and making sure they're locked in because it looks kind of weird without them. They have hollow eyed or it's all whited out
Like
or
dead-eyed,
dead
yeah.
eyed and that like as humans especially as a painter you're sitting there like wait that's not right so you start like
Panicking and trying
to
to
make
cover
the
it.
eye or cover it and get it in but just trust the process. They'll look cooler when all you have to do is drop in a reflection. That's my favorite whenever I trust that and like I just work on getting the shape in and the colors and the values and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh, all I gotta do is drop in that highlight
Yeah.
and it's an eyeball. Score.
Yeah.
Instead of that panic of trying to make this beautiful glossy eye. Kind of making this darks, realigning some of them and getting that shape of all the crabs and shells running along inside of her face. Kind of locking those darks in so my eye make sure to leave room for them and not make so I don't have to keep growing things. I'm gonna get my coffee real quick and then I'll make piles.
Man. Can you warm mine up?
Yes, I'll warm yours up too, my love.
Totally forgot about that.
I know, me too. This would be a good, I don't know if anyone else, I like blurring and getting kind of softening up stuff once you kind of get to an area and lock everything in.
Well, I think John Singer Sargent used to say that at the end of every setting you blur.
Yeah. It makes sense though. It kind of just like softens some stuff. It locks some stuff in. It
Adds the atmosphere a little bit to it.
Atmosphere without exactly.
You got to think, an atmosphere is literally just the air between you and kind of whatever you're viewing in a way.
And not in a heady way. Not at all.
No, it's literally the dust and stuff in front of you.
Yeah, there's life going on, existence, and
that creates blur. That's why the background of a lot of photographs and stuff, like in reality or in your vision, is blurry. It's because there's stuff, and your focus, of course, physiologically, but there's also stuff there.
Steps that doesn't seem necessary. Like, oh, I can blur the background right when I'm done, and yes, you can, and I'm sure on paper or in reality doesn't matter too much, but I notice the difference as a leatheriness my painting will get if I
build layers.
If I build it softly compared to painting a bunch of paint up there and all of a sudden blurring at the end some stuff back, I really notice the difference in the matting or the leathered texture to oil paint when you do that. And all these rules apply to oil paint, not other mediums. If you're working in watercolor, you definitely don't want to do some of the ways we're doing it.
If no one has watched the documentary yet, The Last Dance, wow, it's such a great documentary. I don't know, I enjoyed it. I thought it was really good. What a pro.
Huh?
I was talking about that documentary.
Mm-hmm.
Or the docu-series or whatever, The Last Dance. On Netflix. I think it's on Netflix. Is it?
Yep.
Yes, it's on Netflix. But anyways, It's called The Last Dance about
Your
Michael
coffee's
Jordan.
behind you, don't forget it. All right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get a really soft, clean brush. Well, I guess not necessarily that, but just a really nice soft brush. Excuse me. And I'm just going to do a little soft blur on everything. And since, like I said, regardless of, or however you're painting this, if you're doing a quick alla prima, I don't think that's as common in alla prima, right? Or I don't know.
It's not really a quick one.
Yeah, that's when you're working wet into wet and you're planning on doing this painting today and maybe working on it tomorrow, or while it's still wet, But if you're working a little bit longer on it right now, like I am, I want to really make sure I get a nice slow start and proper start on it, Spend some time making sure I get everything how I want it. The blending kind of makes a big difference, I feel. I love the way it looks. And like you said, sometimes it settles in marks where you're like, oh, I'm just going to keep that all the way through or rock that all the way through.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times I get that in that leather doing this, blurring it, because then it kind of will make shapes or it'll stitch a color together that you weren't kind of,
Mm-hmm. No, I feel you. It does. It works.
Yeah. I'm going to kind of use it to build some of the shape around her right now while I'm blurring. And I'm actually using a lot of my stain. Probably a lot of my background on some of stuff because it has that nice kind of rich oak kind of, because a lot of this is just rotted wood and barnacle.
And mean little creatures that crawl on your face.
You're the only one that thinks it's mean. I mean, Megan seemed to be totally fine around him. You're like, oh, just watch. Any person who goes near him is going to not, no, you'll see. They won't like it, just like I did it. And she was just like, oh, look at how cute. He's staring at me.
She didn't like it, though.
She might have not, but she wasn't freaking out like you
No,
were.
no. She was a
You
pro,
were definitely,
but
yes.
I'm not a pro. She's
Yeah.
pro. That's the difference.
I think that's the point I was making.
I am a wuss. I freaked out.
What an intense life those guys live, though. I mean, half their life's like in the water, and then half of it's just like totally exposed.
Yeah, how are they supposed to know what they're supposed to breathe? Like, do they breathe air or water or both? Like, are they holding their breath the whole time and waiting for the tide to come back in while it's out? Just like, come on!
All right, so I'm going to start mixing some more paint. What I'm going to do is kind of clear out a little bit of this area because I don't want to taint my next pile with all this warmth.
You said taint.
Because I'm going to mix a really cool pile.
I guarantee you Manny's with me when he knows that that's funny that you said taint.
I tried to...
I know, you tried to ignore me, but I'm not going to let it.
So I'm taking, for me personally, I'm going to do...
something with your taint?
A really cool black, which like I'm adding more of my cobalt blue. And then I'm going to mix that with burnt sienna, which would be a brown. So it'd be a brown and a blue that we're using to make our black. And really, you can use any kind of things to cross each other out. I mean, some of my favorite blacks that I make are purple and green for certain times.
Yeah, and what she's talking about is neutralizing stuff by using its complementary.
Yeah, to make it like a black.
Yes.
is what I'm achieving. And right now I want a cool black, so that's why I'm adding a heavier amount of the cobalt compared to my burnt sienna, which is the brown. And I'm going to mix quite a hefty pile. Oh, that looks pretty, my love.
I don't know why I decided to draw a little bit. They're probably totally wrong. I think they're good though. So pumped up. Oh, that's a commercial on the thing we're listening to. I know no one can hear me, so it sounds funny.
All right. And now I'm going to go ahead and do basically what you'll probably, what you should do through an entire painting. Go through all the steps over and over again, layers and layers, back to front, work leaner to fatter, dark to light. I think I just said that. Back to front. So that's what I'm going to do again, but now I'm getting into my darks. I'm out of my stain color.
Drawing's done. She's going to go into doing her grays or her neutrals.
Yes, exactly. I'm going to start off because I have a lot of darks. I'm pretty sure everyone does. She's surrounded by, but also a blasted amount of white too that's coming through the pier on top of the brightness off of her. So there's a lot of pop of color, but the blacks are really what's going to sell that contrast of everything. So I'm going to go in and really get those in.
I love that little crab that's on her cheek right there.
Isn't it cool?
He's such a cool color. He's like bright orange. I can't wait to paint that.
Yeah, it's so fun, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I know, I can't wait to do a painting up close of this because I'm doing more further back one.
Oh, yeah. It's cool. Cool reference. I dig it.
Yeah, it's fun. Our model did a great job. It was cold. It was a big hike there and back.
Oh, yeah. She had to go check it out. So this beach is at the end of a trail that's 1.25 miles long and drops basically 500. It's 497 feet in elevation. You have to go down all these steps that are like weirdly placed apart. They're not a natural stair gate.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we just told her meet us at the beach, and you have to kind of find your way down a trail and then through a park and then there's a tunnel at the end that goes underneath the train track and you're going, wait a minute, do I go underneath that thing? So it's kind of a project to get there, and I thought it was really cool. And then once you're on the beach,
I'm pretty sure we were pretty far down the beach. Like you weren't just, I'm at the beach.
No. She gets out of the tunnel and then she's got to go
down a rocky beach.
Another
it's not a sandy,
probably quarter mile to where we shot. Yeah. Oh yeah, no waves.
No rocks. It's all sandy.
Oh yeah, it's all rocks.
Pebble.
It's not the nice soft sand, which kind of helps walking a little bit better, but.
Oh yeah, I guess that sure just hurts it more.
Mm-hmm.
But she killed it. And she came and then she had to sit and have all this stuff attached to her and sit there and then in the cold, and she killed it. And
people walking by like, hey, what are you guys doing? Setting up camp? Yes, please keep moving. Get off our porch.
But and then
clam hunting people that
she
like
was
to look at pretty models.
In this area, there's a lot of not waste trash, but metal and chains that are barnacled up everywhere on the actual beach because we're there during low tide. That's the only way you can actually get to the piers during low tide. You can't even access this area. So it's usually underwater. And so it has just really gnarly stuff. And she walked around barefoot and
there's
every photo of her, metal. You can't tell that she was having to deal with a lot of moving parts. And I really commend you, Megan, if you're still watching. It was a difficult shoot, and to maintain a look that nothing is bothering you is some pro shit. And you made it so fun.
Yeah, that was a cool day.
Yeah, lots of fun. That's what was cool. Is it could have turned not fun if someone wasn't into it.
A complainer.
Yeah, or just not even that, but just not into.
I know, but making it work. To be real.
Yeah.
She was like, there's like crawly things. Like me.
Yeah. She was like you.
If she was like, she wasn't. Yeah. That was funny.
I'm just kidding, my love. If you were there, you would have made you. You were just complaining because you could. You like to.
And give you a hard time.
Yeah, if you can for fun. So I'm just going in and reestablishing some darks. Making sure I lock in my composition, and in my reference I have a lot of those pillars all the way through, and they add a lot of really cool information, so I kind of want to try to work on getting in some of the water and those in now when it's kind of easy to kind of drop in through all of that bright light. And then it's also a great way to kind of reshape her in by doing the negative space around. I remember that.
Isn't she a sister of a tall family? She's the runt. Didn't she tell us that? No. But isn't she 6'2"?
Yeah, she's 6 tall. She's very tall.
Yeah.
It's awesome. She really rocked this outfit. I feel like this outfit can get kind of lost on a lot of people and get sunk in, and you have to really kind of rock an outfit like this, or else it just, regardless of how tall or short you are, a tall girl could rock it too, but it takes also being just a presence, like you have to like
be able to kind of own it,
to push out of it. And she really, it was fun. She made it really fun to do that.
No, I was just trying to, add something more than just the art part.
No, totally. It was a really fun. It was a fun day too, and it really worked out well. And
no, I want to get the kayak out there too.
Oh yeah.
Go cruising around. Oh, this little crab is so cool.
I know, right? What I love is they kind of just trickle all the way down.
Yeah, they're everywhere.
Yeah. And constantly, I'm only saying it, and I'll repeat it a lot only because I'm saying out loud kind of what I'm telling myself to do. And if you already know everything, like I said, disregard it and just not listen to that and just paint along for fun. But remember remeasuring.
Like if you know everything already.
Well, I could be speaking to someone who's like, no, I just want the reference, asshole.
Yeah, I know. No, I'm just kidding. Like, if you know everything already, please fill the rest of us in. No.
No, I just meant it in genuineness. Like,
yeah, like if you're already pretty,
if you're here
pretty
just to
pro,
paint, and you're just wanting to paint, and you're just like, okay, you're even saying that wrong, dingbat.
That's funny. I'd love to be that guy. Just hanging out there in the internet world. You're wrong, asshole. Wrong again. Oh, great. Getting out my eraser.
And I'm just making sure I'm kind of building. There's a lot of crisscrossing and beams and a lot of things that kind of add to that atmosphere. And so during this stage, this is when it's kind of easy to really lock that in. Where sometimes, like, I feel like for me, at first I would get really kind of overwhelmed by that and think, I'll just get them in later. But while you have everything kind of loose and you can carve into the background and pull those whites out, it's a perfect time to kind of really lock in any of that cool structure that's behind her if you are painting it.
I almost want to paint the whole thing too on another painting just because of all that cool stuff in the background.
So fun.
It'll just make
all
for
the
a
texture.
really interesting painting.
That's what I mean. It's such this great composition between hard lines and gnarled, and then like it hones into like rounding off with the pearl, and then hones into a soft face. Like it kind of just like it has this cool play, the twinkle effect, you know. So now I'm just using my darks around her to kind of carve her and find the right body proportions. Before, because I had her a little like she wasn't quite locked in, but now I'm just realigning. I'm using a lot of her crown as my guiding points.
Oh,
Um,
that's smart. A
yeah,
lot of real specific shapes up there you could use.
exactly, and they're really hard, straight lined, and those I'm using as my anchor points for everything. Where I'm placing my beams behind her, where I'm placing her shoulders. That's where I'm kind of my personal anchor point is. But whatever it is, kind of remember to remeasure that constantly. That's what I'm doing now, and I'm just working my darks in and around her, and now starting to try to make more accurate placement and getting her more like truly locked in. And remember, regardless of how much you're painting of this, the darks is what's going to really make these lights.
I made her mouth just a little too low. Those are those things that when you don't change them and then later on in the painting, like you get this painting that's like 99.9% like where you want it. You know what I mean? Like in your mind, perfect.
And it's because
And
of
then you
those.
look back and you're like, oh, I
And a lot
should
of
have
time,
moved
and
it.
it's because you're like, oh, I'll fix it later. But
Yeah, and you
it's
just don't because everything becomes aligned to it. So if you fix it, then you've got to fix so many other things that are aligned to it.
well, it's one of those rules where I hate to use the word lazy because it's not necessarily lazy. I find myself doing it too. It's not, but it is a form of laziness of being
Yeah,
like,
it's
you are
I
gonna
gotta
do it.
do
It's
that
still
right
the
now.
work. That's where I've had to remind myself, like, dummy, you're doing it. You're not passing the buck. Like, what are
Yeah,
you doing? Like, you're trying to pass the buck to yourself. Like,
yeah.
just, you know,
Suck it up and do it.
exactly. And it seems like, you know, it's a hard thing. You have to force yourself because you have to catch yourself doing it and be like, hey, you're trying to ignore something because of for whatever reason. It's
Yeah.
different, you know. There's a multiples of reasons why you're doing that, you know.
I don't know. That's what I think is cool about having a paint crew, though. When you're painting with a bunch of people that are drawing with them, like, because of these kind of conversations, people have these, and then you're sitting there like someone who may be doing that at home on your own, and you're like, oh,
Maybe I'll change that.
maybe I'm not going to do that no more. You know
Well,
what I
like,
mean? Like,
well,
or
sometimes you
oh,
just need to
that's my
hear it that
problem.
way because
Yeah,
I didn't really think of that at first until I was like, oh wait, that's literally what you're doing. You just don't
yeah,
acknowledge that's what you're doing.
yeah. I
You're
know that's kind of what I was doing too. I was like,
yeah,
wow, that's true. You know,
yeah,
you think, oh, I'll just get to, because I was thinking, why do I do that? You know, but
yeah.
that's what it is. I'll
It's
just get
lazy,
to it.
yeah, and but that's a form of not laziness, but in a
Well, it
way it
doesn't.
is.
It's not identify. You're not saying the person's a lazy person.
No,
You're
it's
just
not being a
saying,
lazy person. It's just these things that you're not realizing that you're just putting off. You're not really doing anything other than
yeah.
putting it off. And I've learned that it's actually just making my job harder. And what is that rule? Lazy people work twice as hard. And that's where I've started to kind of
Who told
rethink.
you that?
My dad.
Ah, that's what I'm saying. Give that man some credit.
Oh my gosh, he used to say that to me all the time. He's like, lazy people work twice as hard, don't they? As I was redoing my mistake. You know, and it's true because no matter what, if the responsibility's on you, it's gonna have to get done. So, and I think it trains you to have more confidence in your painting instead of saying, well, maybe I'll just work it out later. I think it's a little bit of insecurity too, being like, well, you know, like just, you know, are you
Mm-hmm.
scared to get it done now? Are you whatever? Figure out what, you know, there's usually a reason why other than just doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And so now I'm trying to get
I'm
that.
still drawing. So
Yeah.
if anyone's wondering why I'm just over here noodling around, I'm kind of drawing with values.
Yeah, that's what I started doing. I started kind of pushing around, blocking in her face.
You know, and I'll drop little hints to myself or just for the heck shits and giggles, I guess you can say. Like I'll add a little red into when I draw the lips or not red, but you know, just some kind of, just a little bit more of the
Flushy.
alizarin I'll let come through when I'm doing lips, because I know that I'm going to come back and drop a lighter version, like a pink over the top of it, or peach. You know, lips are kind of like this pink, but mixed with flesh tone. That's kind of the trick to lips. When you lighten up your lip color, do it with your lightest flesh tone too, or if you have it, or a flesh tone, and it'll be a lot closer to actual lip color if you do. It's just like the whites of eyes. You know, don't ever paint the whites of eyes white. They're not white.
Even if it looks like the brightest thing you're
Even
staring
if your
at, like,
brain's screaming to you that that's white, I don't care. Don't do them white.
yeah, nothing is.
Yeah,
Even
you
if
want
you're
white to be your highest highlight.
even if you were to set up a still right now of a tube of white paint and you squeeze the tube out and you put that pile of paint out,
Exactly.
you
That's such a great.
will not paint pure white out of that if you were trying to be appropriate, like true. Because no, even at the highest highlight of that white that you pushed out, that's the pile sitting out, like right here, that pure white pile. Look, there's light hitting it. That means there's something reacting with it. Life is reacting to it. So don't ever paint straight from the tube, basically, is the point. Even if it's like the smallest color that you don't even think's changing the pile, perfect. If that's what you're seeing. Like if you're saying to yourself, well, F you, I see pure white when I'm painting whatever. True, even if just add a dab of something.
You gotta have something to contrast.
Yeah, just because reality's there. If you're trying to truly practice that, if not, and you just like to play with bold colors, then teach his own. Like, you know. But if you're trying to achieve any kind of realism, life reacts with life. It picks up stuff. It reflects stuff, especially white. I'm at my white pile right now. Looking at it is reflecting back. I see more colors in my white than any of my other paints on my palette because it's picking up everything more. I'm seeing more of it because of the white. But anyways, so I'm done with that fucking ramble.
I started realizing that I was painting like this. I'm like, maybe I should back up just a touch.
Just getting a little bit more darks in, and then I'm gonna start mixing some grays. I'm not gonna go too far on her fleshes during this one, because this painting I'm gonna spend a lot of time on, and I really want to get super high detailed and but I'll actually work more on this on Twitch. I'll probably post a lot of my progress of this one on Twitch. But I'm going to start getting some grays because she's got this glow that's made by the gray that's running along her left side is like my favorite.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
it's like the highlight
that's so pretty. This soft over here, this soft.
Yeah, and then look at mine. It runs across her whole body.
Yeah, you're gonna have fun.
Yeah, I am stoked. That's what you were gonna say, and yes, I am. I heard that coming out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a little something real quick.
I haven't even taken one since last time.
Okay, well you chit chat and we'll switchy switch.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to break here too in a minute and let my sister and the family know. They're back in Ohio right now. It's funny because I have a niece. I have a couple nieces, but I mean, one of my nieces used to be the, I think, producer of the news station out here in Seattle. And now she's back in Ohio. And my sister's back there visiting for my trip out on this. My great nephew's first birthday. Crazy. My nephew is a monster now too. I've just seen his pictures online, and it's like, wow, this kid just exploded overnight. Kind of cool. Like big old kid, you know. He's in the Air Force, I think. I was like, wow. Anywho, I don't know why I brought that up. Just something to talk about, I guess. Um, Yeah, but we're to try to do a podcast too thing where we just interview cool people, and then we could paint them as well. Like we this idea I had a while ago, we're still gonna try to get off the ground. So if anybody gets to it, you know it was here first that it was said. So I'm marking that right now. But no, where you just interview, you travel around, and you interview cool people while you paint them, but then you follow these paintings from their inception, like from the idea, the story behind the person we're painting, or the place that we're painting, or the thing that we're painting. We want to follow it all the way through to when it, like if it's in a gallery, or if it sells, or wherever the painting ends up to, and why that person wanted that painting, and so that kind
The
of whole
full
story.
conception, like the
All the way
full.
through. Just to
Yeah.
follow the life of a painting, I guess, until it's in its new hands and
Not the
becomes
not the
something else, a
artist,
decoration.
not the artist, not nothing. Like the actual. Yeah,
Just the
follow
painting.
the story of a painting.
Yeah, kind of. I've always been fascinated with that because, there's all these crazy cool stories out there about what artists do, and I always hear what art historians say that artists did,
And it's all fucking.
and yeah, and why they did it. And I think to myself, nah, man, because like I've been that guy before, and I know what he's doing.
And also there is to say, like, Dave and then also myself, like, we're people that aren't loners. We've hung out and only hang out with artist people, so it's kind of based on a pretty good average of artists,
Knowing a good amount
knowing
of
in
these
that a
type
lot of
people.
them aren't as aren't as what the perception is that the history books or galleries tell.
Right.
They're trying to amp up a
Way more
story to
fucked
sell
up
a
in the head.
painting.
Just kidding. No. No. No, but there's a lot to this kind of stuff, and I think it would be interesting to see that aspect of it, or to show that aspect of it, or look into it, or just have us go kind of do it, or dig into it ourselves in a way. I think it'd be a hoot. So we want to start to do that, but on the podcast part of it, though, the interview part, yeah, we're going to be doing that. So hopefully it'll be called the Big Noun, and we'll announce when those things are going up. And we've already started one where we were going to, or two.
They were like the introduction of us. It's
Yeah,
kind
it's
of just a
just
quick
both of us.
introduction, not really the, anything locked in. Just so you can kind of.
I got a gang of stories, and I try to just use those though now, just to kind of fill space here. But that I don't need to interview, but we know a lot of people that have interesting stuff, and everybody I think has an interesting story. So be expecting a call to join our little ditty.
And right now I'm still kind of going around and building the shape around her and kind of going from the darks and not actually. I found when I first originally started painting, I was really focused about I guess a subject matter. So I guess in this painting, if you were to pick something, it would be the face and then the accessories, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I would be like, okay, get those in, lock it in, get it in, and instead of focusing around negative spaces, especially for instance,
making sure those are correct as well.
Yeah, like I was. Well, I've just been practicing doing the reverse lately, just like,
mm-hmm.
finding that in the negative,
Yeah, totally.
And it's just kind of helped me as someone who's a little bit more of a beginner compared to Dave. Like, I have to do a lot of tricks still to, like, make sure I keep stuff correct, or I keep myself, locked in, and, I call it filling your toolbox. I don't have my toolbox or my file cabinet all the way filled yet with knowledge, so it's like
I want to show you my tools. Jerky Boys reference. Oh, yeah, you have to fill the space now. It's my turn to get up and move around for a second.
So I'm just kind of remeasuring everything
just
as
stretch
I'm
my
using
legs.
those, as I'm putting my darks in around her. I'm still making sure I measure everything, and that's how I kind of keeping everything locked in. So
Oh, that is coffee.
and I'm going to build around, even like through her hips and her hands and everything. All of the shape that I'm building, I'm going to do with my blacks, my darks. And then I'm going to mix up a gray pile in a little bit. Now that I got her a little bit more locked in, it's not correct all the way in the shape, but a lot of it needs to be kind of built in by her gray. So I'll go in and kind of lay over the blacks, the grays, and then kind of carve the other direction. That's kind of what I like about painting. You go back and forth of kind of carving one direction and then out the other way, at least for me. And like Dave was saying in the beginning, you always want to kind of rush sometimes to fleshes, and there's a lot that makes up getting to there, and that's the atmosphere around it. And usually your flushes should be more towards your ends, So now I have a good little kind of marking in of my darks. I'm going to go in and get my grays mixed. Scrub that a little bit off. Actually going to do a quick blur again. And then I'm going to put my grays in, and I'm going to have a lot of kind of variations of grays because the pearl, her flesh, she's also blonde, which has a lot of variations of gray in it, and then the atmosphere around her. So I'm going to mix a couple different variations right now. I'm going to use my black as my base for everything, though. That is also why I went really cool in the beginning first, so that I can add warmth to it to make it towards the warms grays, or I could just keep it in the cool range. So I'm going to kind of readjust my palette real quick. Here, I'll tilt it down so you can see while I do that. So I'm just taking that blacks. Yeah, looks good.
So badass. That's gonna be such a killer thing. Yeah.
So, like I said, I'm going to be having a lot of different grays, and regardless of how much of this reference you're using, you should probably have quite a few different gray piles, I think. Depending on how you're painting. Some people have a really, like, if you're painting more of your own, like, cool, different kind of style, and you have a different kind of palette you work with, totally. But if you're kind of working in this direction, I'd suggest a couple different variations other than just cool and warm. I'm going to do 4 different piles. And like I said, since I went cool at first, so I could use this in in all ways, I'm gonna kind of split it up. Oh yeah, I haven't like gone. As I was just talking about, laying over the shadows over areas and cutting back to make the shapes like lower, you know.
Yeah. This light that's right here over her shoulder.
Yeah, exactly. There's all this like crazy stuff. I'm gonna do a manganese. Cool. And I'm making sure to really clean my palette knife off in between these. A manganese. And then I have, I think it's cobalt violet, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's what you mean.
I'll double check it right now. And that's going to be like my mid-range one. It's like cool, but also kind of does that like cool bounce because it has warmth in it. Then I'm going to do yellow ochre pale. I've actually just added this to my flesh tone palette. I think Dave, you have as well, right? Adding that to your
Big time. Yes.
your grays or fleshes, mix-ins or mix-downs or whatever.
Yeah, I like the way you did it.
And then Scarlet Lake. I've been messing around with also Napthal. I think, is it Napthal Scarlet that we like a lot?
Lake.
Napthal Lake. That one also we've been messing around with too.
Lake doesn't have anything to do with a body of water, we found out too. It has, lake is a way to say what actually they add to the pigment. I think it comes from like laque, something called laque or something like that. But it gives it a luminescence or a glow. Okay.
And it does too, for sure. So I'm gonna take a little bit of time. Like something that I've really also been trying to practice is hyper focusing on my palette. Where before I was kind of like, I felt like I was always panicked to get the paint up from the palette to the painting, and instead of keeping it really clean and bigger chunky,
organized.
Yeah, you kind of get panicked or I don't know, panic's not the word, or you just
No, you do. It's not a panic. It's a rush. You just
you rush yourself. Yeah. And I've kind of learned to kind of take my time a little bit, and that's because of what Dave told me and what he had learned from Michael Husser, is like the work's on the palette first.
Yeah, that's what that dude first told me.
And it's a very 100% accurate, true. I 100%. It's kept me way more. I've just noticed the difference on how my my paints look once they're up there. They look so much cleaner because they're more true. They're not so, not bleeding them with everything. I'm making sure to keep my palette knife clean in between temperature, moving from a warm and a cool and a.
Yeah, that dude, he does know his shit, man. Using different brushes for different temperatures, all that stuff. It's all him. I mean, and I'm sure he learned it from somebody.
And it's just learning. Well, it's learning just to respect it, respect your craft, respect.
Sorry.
No, totally.
Thinking out loud.
It just is respect, and when you show anything respect, it has a positive, reaction. Yeah.
All right. I think I gotta focus
So,
a little bit more on some more drawings around.
These are my piles. And then I'm going to kind of drag them into the darks and find my range of grays in there. Did you try that white, whatever it was called?
What? Yes.
It's yummy, huh?
Yeah.
And just like Dave was saying, the brushes, I was just about to get all my brushes ready and keep them, you know. It's a great thing to practice, is keeping them separate, because I didn't do that a lot in the beginning, because you start panicking. It's this thing you just forget. You don't mean to, just you start getting in this panic, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, I'm just been using this brush the entire time, you know?
Yeah.
So when you said that, I was like, oh yeah, good idea, get my brushes.
That's why I like drawing for so long, because it doesn't matter.
No, that's why you take your time on that type of thing before it. That's what I was saying. Like when you're like, oh, I'll do it later. Oh, you mean when it's difficult, when you have to mix a huge giant pile of paint, or you have to remix a color or blah blah blah. Why not do it when it's means nothing and it's like no paint's up there yet? Mm. I'm starting off with my mid cool, which is like my purple. It's like, it has warmth in it and cool. That one I've really liked playing with, and I guess, you could, there's a lot to say that you could just mix it and you can just stick to the blue or the warm. I don't know, I really liked making a purple pile lately. I don't know. It works for me. It works for what I see, then it all goes based on however you like to paint or what you like to. I don't know.
Well, if you're supposed to paint what you see, then paint what you see. That's my
Yeah.
my thing on it. And then, I mean, I've always heard that and I've always believed that, but I've always thought that I had a problem seeing.
Which is fine though. So still paint what you see. Don't try to paint.
Well,
Know
no,
what I mean?
But I would change how I painted everything because I always would copy off of
what other people's idea of what they saw.
I was told that I didn't see one color very early, so I always just thought, oh, I'm seeing the color wrong. I'll just copy what other people do and it'll look right to them.
Instead of just genuinely painting what that. I think that gets lost. Like sometimes people take heady terminology in art, and that's where like that negativeness about like artists comes, because like some people rock that like headiness, where a lot of the terminology is like literal, not heady at all. Like when someone says paint what you see, they or they're paint, you know what I mean? Like that's a literal fact. Like for you might have a totally different color palette, and everyone's like, wait, that's not what I see. Well,
That's just hard.
It's a hard thing to get over, because you want to.
Yeah, I just didn't think I knew what I was doing, because of how I felt. But I should have. I should have just painted it anyways that way, because when you started to, I was like, wait, you see that too? Remember, I was all.
Yeah.
Oh. Because I like purple. I mean, I like lavender.
Yeah. I just painted what I saw, mixed the color I saw, and tried to mimic what I was seeing.
Yeah.
And so I'm just going in with some of my grays and going around, make sure, like Dave and I were talking about, sticking with the right brush, and also the reason I mix so many different kind of grays is so that you didn't have to just go around, like there's so many different colors that if you just go around with the gray that you mix and you place it everywhere, You're
Did you see what I just did?
what?
I tried to move my painting like this.
Oh my gosh.
I was all.
Oh, oops, I laughed loud. But yeah, that's hilarious.
That's funny. Shows how programmed we are now.
Right? But just kind of remember that and try not to like if you're someone who's sometimes like how I can be where you kind of will rush some things or you don't need to, you know? I'm gonna instead of just like seeing all these grays and I had a gray on my brush, I went to just go put it in another spot. I saw gray and I was like, wait, I just mixed a bunch of warm grays for that, you know? Like, don't just put that there because whatever. Like, really stick to those other colors because it's really gonna sell it on this painting because there's so much variety of.
And she doesn't mean sell it money wise. She means sells the realism. Sells, you know.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if people believe.
No, go on. That's no. Say exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, it's like when you say, you know, like when we say sell it. A lot of times, what we're talking about is just the believability of whatever we're painting.
Yeah, you
want to sell that it could exist or that it is there,
or that what you're painting, like sell what you're trying to purposefully do. Make
sell your point.
Sell your point. Make your point. Make your point. Yeah, like yeah.
So, you know, that's important in paintings. That's what people are going to be drawn to is
those slight differences. That's why I'm on this painting. I'm trying to stick to these variations of these gray because that's what's going to sell that variation of color in her. Like, you know, if you just stick to one or two grays, I think in this, it's gonna.
That's not the way it exists in real life.
No, there's so much being bounced around in this reference, and there's so much warmth being. We lit her with warmth. We know that since we we lit it ourselves, so we know she's being blasted with warmth. And then she's also wearing warmth with also wearing cool because the pearls are cool.
Mm-hmm.
But they're also extremely susceptible to everything around it. So they're warm at the same time. So you're going to have to really kind of just trust in keeping separations and keeping your brushes clean to really kind of, that word sell it, or, you know, show the believability, that small difference that will really make it. Because you might look at this on face value and be like, well, it all kind of looks the same. It, you know.
Yeah. I get to start doing some gray. Gray, no.
Excuse me, sorry, something's like in my throat.
Because the top. When you top, your throat's getting dry. Just get treat.
And like I was saying earlier, on top of everything, she's also blonde, which everyone just thinks is gold. It's just all gray. Variations of gray, too.
Yeah. Gray. There's a lot of, like, grays involved
here. Yeah, not gray like as in elderly gray. Gray is in neutralized colors, natural. So right now I'm kind of just laying in some of my warms, my warm grays. And also with this painting, depending on if you're doing alla prima or, you know, just one sitting or just a few days, simplify a lot of stuff and maybe focus on stuff that you want that are detailed, you know, like there's a lot of pearls, so maybe if you're not wanting to do like where I'm wanting this painting, I want to do everything from every little barnacle, you know, so I'm going to spend a lot of time and slow. But if you're doing these quick alla prima to get the illusion across, that's also where this variation of gray will help. You know what I mean? If you know, kind of sell those look and simplify some of those pearls by just doing the shapes and the grit, you know. I don't know. You might be able to explain that better with simplifying some of those details.
Well, no, you just eliminate with your eyes. You know, you visually eliminate those details. You cut them out. What's not going to be uh, important to the image. You know, something like recreating the image correctly. Like if you removed the arm around her eye socket, it's going to change the way it reads as far as the likeness. But if you took out 30% of the pearls that are down around her chest, or you know, or that even hang along the side of her face, that's not really going to change very much as far as her likeness or the believability of that painting. If
Or
someone
the
to walk up,
coolness, yeah, the cool factor of
well,
it.
yeah, too, and you're not gonna screw somebody out of, I guess you could say, you're not gonna if someone's viewing it in a gallery while you're not there, it's not like they're gonna go, wait, something's missing. You know what I mean? Like
Yes.
there is things like putting a wrinkle in correctly in drapery and clothing or something that the eye notices that the person doesn't consciously notice, that affects the readability of the painting. But eliminating a few pearls from an image is not going to change the way that image reads when you're not around to explain that. So it doesn't freaking matter, and nor would anybody know that she didn't have a crab leg on the side of her face too. But the image isn't going to be the same, have the same effect.
Vibe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not going
the
to have the same total effect. Um,
but
and it
that being
wouldn't without the pearls on the side either, 100%.
yeah.
But I mean, it's still the effect that she's seeking overall would be the same. The net effect.
That being said, if you were just to blow up and just paint her eye, her nose, and her mouth, it's a great shot too for that.
It's a wholly different painting. Though.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but
So now I'm mixing what would be probably called, if you bought it in a tube, Payne's Gray. Payne's Gray is very black almost to people. It's very dark gray. It's a neutral. It's a very cool neutral, but it is just a neutral. It's just two complementary colors mixed together to make a neutral, a gray. And what that is Payne's Gray is pretty much, I think it's ultramarine blue and burnt sienna or burnt umber or something like that. I just do a version of it where I don't know exactly if those are the two. I'm pretty sure those are the two. But what I do is a version of that where it's cobalt blue and burnt sienna mixed together. And then I tint that pile. I lighten it first. You can either use one of your white versions or just pure white, just a little bit to see what you're going to get on it. And then you can tint it cool or warm after you mix the neutral pile in the middle. And it's going to be primarily, whatever your original mixture is, however, whatever portions those are, is going to determine what that starting pile is. And then you could, adjust that too if it's not neutral enough for you, if it's a little too cool. Because mine's very cool, that I realized. So I had a little bit more cobalt going in to the mixture because my cobalt blue is my cool part of that neutralizing. You know what I mean? Like I'm doing it on a couple levels. I'm taking a warm color and a cool color and mixing them together. I'm taking basically a complementary because burnt sienna is kind of a super dark version of orange. So orange and blue complement each other, and so taking those and putting them together creates a neutral. But then also taking a temperature is sort of like a temperature neutral color. So I love that. I didn't create that. That was Michael Husser, who I learned from. But I like the idea of that thing kind of being on two levels of taking two different things that are complementing each other usually and putting them together to make that ultimate neutral, and then starting from there and then making different versions of that neutral in your own world. I like that. That's kind of like when you really start to understand it. I always like to say that a lot of people would benefit more from learning how to neutralize color than to mix actual colors.
Yeah, because that's when you really wrap your mind around what color is. Because without
Light is also representative of
yes,
color in that way. Like white light, the light that you see from here is a mixture of a bunch of different. It's all the colors coming together and just
that's
canceling each
part
other
of
out,
knowing.
neutralizing each
That's
other.
part. Yeah, I was gonna say that's once you understand that, you start seeing color in that way, where you start being like, oh, that's what you're achieving when you're doing that. And that's where the whole light spectrum from dark to light is. It's neutralizing from all between to get to their one point to from dark to light.
Right.
And then all in between is neutralizing to get to there. If I'm working that right.
Yeah, it just starts to make a lot more stuff in your painting make sense to you. You know, and you start to get what you're gonna. You understand what you're gonna get before you start to make it. As far as paint goes, mixing paint, mixing color. And I know a lot of this probably goes into color theory, and there's people out there that are screaming right now that I'm an idiot. But I don't know. It just works for me. Whatever I'm saying works for me. So, but that's literally what I'm doing down here as I'm saying it to you. So there's truth to it. You can see it in the video. But like I just mixed up a warm side of my original neutral pile that I said I discovered was a little too cool. So what I did is I went over and I got some pale or ochre yellow, whatever. It's like a yellow. It's ochre, but it's kind of a version of yellow, like a pasty yellow, like a beige tan almost. And so I used that instead of white to lighten my initial pile of gray or neutral. And it's people to see lighter and lighter versions, they'll add white, I add white, add white, or to highlight versions of colors, they add white, add white, add white. But instead of adding white, sometimes I'll just add a higher value of another color. Like so, I took the ochre and I put it into my pile of gray to see what would happen as far as lightening it up. And I wanted to make a warmer version, so I figured yellow is warm. So I added that into that side. It turned to green, which kind of confirmed what I initially thought was that I had a little too much blue in my neutral pile. Because as soon as I touched it with any kind of a sort of version of yellow, it turned green on me, because yellow and blue make green. So it confirmed that. So then I went over and I got a little bit, I didn't want to go crimson, alizarin crimson, because that's a super punched up and very transparent red. So I wanted to get what I was going for to mix this pile of gray, which is to add warm areas of her face. And so I added a more warm version of red to my warm version of neutral to make an even warmer version of neutral, if that makes any sense. So now I have my hierarchy, though. I have super cool neutrals and I have super warm neutrals that I could use anywhere around this image that I need. Because there's versions of it all over the place. There's cool ones over here and there's warm ones up here on her face, and then there's even cool ones inside the warm one. But that's a whole other ballgame. That's also different levels that we're mixing to. But right now, I want to get in some neutrals in these pockets in here. There's very little on her, but there's more up in her hair. I'm going to mix a lot of the stuff. Her hair is going to get a lot of it. But anyways.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go in and start getting some of my color around her on the background, because that's going to be a lot of the gray area too. The barnacle. And like I said, try not to rush initially.
Nobody's talking, are you?
Huh?
Nobody's asking you
Oh
questions,
no. I'm not trying to necessarily rush to get to the face and fleshes and everything right now, because I'm going to be doing a lot on this painting. So I'm going to be going a little bit more slow, I guess, than Dave, or a little bit, through the steps a little bit slower. But I'm also going to, as much as I'm working on them, putting on the grays on her, I'm going to stick to kind of that all the way through. So I'm doing a lot of her background, the same kind of grays that I'd be working on her to kind of not get stuff forgotten. I don't want to work too much on her and not get the background in where I want it to first, and because that's going to make what makes anyone up is the darkest dark. So you can mix all these painting things to get it, think you get everything right, then you start getting everything else in, and you're like, oh crap, I went the wrong color or the wrong this because nothing else is up there to make the information to make sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's why that trusting that back to front, is great.
I'm kind of up on I'm working more on the face because I'm doing what I'm doing more for this.
Yes, you're also closer up close. That is your information. This is all based.
Well, no, I'm doing this just for time.
Yes,
because of
course.
Thing just for this.
Yeah, we don't want to.
So I'm not really into the background yet. Even I'm not
yeah.
looking at it, even though I should be.
That's kind of what I was talking about. Like my rules, I'm going a little bit slow, like the slower rules.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the alla prima style. What do you need, my love?
Oh, nothing.
So I'm getting some of my warm grays. There's a lot of these really cool structure on these beams. Really love. That's what I love about nature. That cool, just what naturally happens. How those barnacles live on there.
Mm-hmm.
They're so neat and beautiful. Actually, they're creepy, but they're actually really cool.
Yeah, they are cool.
And I mean that structure is probably the structure it is because of them.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, that's the cool part of it. I think that's neat.
Yeah, they build
those whole.
They just like overtake things and become its structure, and that's how they become stable. Oops. I love that.
Sorry, my mic wasn't on. Nobody could hear what I was saying. I went through that whole thing about the grays without my mic. That's funny.
It probably at least picked up because mine's close by. I'm getting some of the grays around that will make sense for light reflecting off the water, which I'm really excited to paint in mine. I think in your guys' reference, it has it too, the water.
A little
bit, huh?
Way in the back, though, yeah.
I'm going through all my warm grays right now. And then I'll go to my cool grays. Adding a little bit of stain to my gray to make it this warm kind of wood over here, neutral.
These panels are so absorbent. That gesso is just like super good.
Oh, really?
Yeah, from Blick, their gesso is just so good.
I know, I love their gesso.
It just sucks out the paint, though, from your brush. It's like, oh, thanks for that. You don't need any paint on your brush.
I'm gonna put a little bit more Scarlet Lake because I'm gonna do some of the warmth around her sockets and nose and under her chin. Get some of that nice warmth in, that glow. That's what I love about that Scarlet Lake. It really, no matter how dark you can put it in a black, and it's still like something will sparkle through.
Mm-hmm.
Like
It'll still show.
even the tiniest bit, something will give you a little glow. I love what it does to your gray though. Immediately, it just gives it this.
Oh, it'll throw warmth in there for sure.
Yeah, for sure. If you're wanting it cool, you're screwed if you. But no, she's got this great warmth and cool on her nose because we did a lot of that like kind of pearl effect, that highlighter on her.
Mm-hmm.
She put on her. And so it has like in her nose, there's a lot of warm and cool playing next to each other. It's a really nice, fun effect. And that's where that thing where you want to keep your brushes clean because that's what those effects you want to achieve in your painting. And it doesn't seem important at the time. Like, I remember when I first was painting, like, you heard it, and I did practice it, but then, you know, you get caught up, and then you found yourself not doing it, and then you're like, whoa, that's what happens? Like, you just notice all of a sudden the difference in a painting. It will have this more muted, dull effect, because everything's in everything, but yet there is some non-mudding effect you don't want to do either, you know?
You tell my sister.
And a little detail of something that Dave and I really didn't do too much of until recently, which is we actually went pretty dark in the nostrils. And Natalia Fabi actually was mentioning, you know, she went a little bit slightly lighter than what you see, just to not draw the attention to that area. And I've actually taken from that. I like that. I still do a nice rich. I would always, you know, like I still like a bright glow though. Like I like a really warm glow still, but I just kind of done more of a glow than a gray. You know, try to bring more of that out than the gray.
Yeah.
And just like even with your grays, dark to light, you know. So I'm working on getting some of my darker grays on her face and working my way to the more almost just the light little mid-range glow areas, the little what do you guys call it, the little magic area?
Yeah, the magic area that goes between
The two.
Yeah.
Which is like a world that gets lost yet again in making mud. If you make mud, you can't achieve that magic zone.
Nope, you'll lose it.
You got to keep that separation in temperature to allow that twinkle effect, or you know, you're not twinkle, but let your eye twinkle. It like will almost flicker. I noticed if you do it like appropriate, like super appropriate or really well done. Oops.
Oh,
I think that's our GoPro dying.
needs to
Let me
charge.
get that real quick. It was my fault. I started it a little bit earlier. It went 2.5 hours on top of whatever we started.
Once you charge it, we'll take a break or whatever. Or what? How long have we been going for?
Well, if we go another 10 minutes, 2.5 hours,
And then we'll
break. Because I usually have it set for 2 to 4 hours.
Well, how long do you want to go to? I can go for a lot longer as far as painting.
We can take a little lunch break.
Take a little 5-minute break and just put a B right back up, and
While
then
we do that real quick. Everyone use the restroom if
do
you're
some
watching.
lunch, get some
Take some
restroom.
break. We'll be right back in a few.
Oh, hold on. Oh yeah, we'll be back in a few. I'm just gonna do this. Okay, guys. We'll see ya.
We'll be right back. Just a quick break. Is the audio off?
Nope. Hello.
Hello, back from just had to get a quick little lunch. Restroom. I was going into the background right before we stopped and getting my grays in. I'm going to get a little bit more detail on her face and kind of lock in some details.
Letting Zane know.
Cool. I'm taking some of my warm grays. Kind of locking in some of that ground zero.
What happened, baby?
I was just saying going a little bit lighter on that side. I'm just going in and kind of locking in some of her facial features real quick. And then I'm going to get some of my background darks in. There's a really cool, I think in that same reference that everyone's working from is the same. Yeah, this like really cool light that comes on the right side of her face, across her nose. It's really pretty because it's up against a lot of warms. And it has that kind of sparkle effect I
like. Excuse me. Wow. Interesting. Okay.
And I'm just laying in some of these kind of mid shadows. I had already kind of gotten the dark shadowed and kind of some of the drawing parts. And I'm still my warm shadows, and then I'm going to go into some cools.
So crazy how many different colors of gray there are.
That's what I was going to say. If
right?
You're just kind of coming in, this is my gray palette right here. 4. I have my scarlet, pale yellow ochre, or yellow ochre pale, whatever way you say it, cobalt violet, and manganese. And those are what I'm kind of using as just for my fleshes. Those will be my grays, just due to kind of all the different effects that are going on, from the crabs to the pearls since she has blonde hair. Those are a whole spectrum of grays, and they pick up a bunch of light. And then her being lit so warm against a very cool background. There's so much blues behind her. It's just kind of making everything pop even stronger on that warm.
It's crazy. There's so much. And there's such extremes. Like there's like cool warms or cool neutrals and all these warm neutrals back there with the barnacles, and then the reflection of the water, the blue from the water hitting the underside of the pier. It's crazy. Such a fun painting.
Yeah, it really is.
This is going to be one of those ones that's just a blast all the way through, I can tell. I mean, it'll be disturbing when it's hard, but that's okay. That's what she said. To steal Michael Scott. People say I am the best boss.
I'm gonna go in and put a little bit more warmth under her chin. I thought I got it on, then I realized it kind of just goes all the way from underneath her hairline.
Yeah, it's crazy. There's so much going on. Sorry for the throat clearing that COVID is about. Just kidding.
And right now I'm
All this
just
texture.
I just added more Scarlet Lake to my gray. That was already a Scarlet Lake one. I'm just doing the same one, just kind of punching it up even more. I might even add a little bit of alizarin because that adds some deepness too, not just warmth, as well as warmth and a glow. It adds this kind of rich and deepness. I don't know. I think it looks good on those underglow shadows.
Yeah. Yeah, that the other warmth inside of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I dig on that.
Mine, her chin's lifted a little bit, so I gotta keep remembering not to let it lower.
That's what we mean all the time when we say bouncing back and forth.
Readjusting everything.
Yeah, just because you go through one of the steps or whatever doesn't mean that's it. Like you got to keep going back and rechecking it. It seems like, you know, like just is normal. Well, you could use a lot of this stuff that's structurally like very straight and rigid in the background for, too, is kind of like you're pointing in at different stuff on her face, like on the sort of on the reference, like you could see it in the big one, like almost this line that comes in of dark, like right from the side. You know, you can line it up with something on her face. You know, different lines that are underneath this pier line up with different markings on her face. And I was realizing that the darkness didn't come down as much as it needed to for my reference, so it helped me kind of line stuff up in my background as well, because it's all going to make a difference. Like just how much darkness the eye sees behind her.
Makes everything make sense. That's what I was. That's why that back to front,
Yeah.
lean to fat.
All those rules matter.
I was like, for me, those are the ones that I at least can always go back to, and it restructures me or.
Bootsy Cole.
I know, I love this song. I'm gonna add a little bit of Indian yellow to my yellow ochre pale gray pile right now, just to kind of get a richer kind of more vibrant glow, kind of like what the Scarlet Lake does in your gray. The Indian yellow can do in your gray as well, for me at least. It will kind of come through no matter what in that gray and play a twinkly effect with the eye. And there's a lot of that because the pearls are casting a lot of warmth up on her, as well as the natural or the lighting that we casted on her, and then the crab is casting a lot of warmth onto her, but she's got a lot of coolness on her. That's really her actual skin tones are very cool. And so it's a really good balance, like a effect it's playing. I'm still going through and hitting them my gray, the warm grays in, but now I'm doing more my Indian yellow and ochre kind of grays. And this is what we were talking about earlier with building up the eyes. Sometimes just building up the structure and that gray and those pockets in the eyebrow and eye socket, actually kind of building around it is what brings that eye in. Oh, so great. I love the album cover of it. Those glasses are just, I mean, they would make Elton blush, I think. Jeez, like they're like,
yeah,
like
Elton's jealous.
He's glasses. All woo. Those are some intense glasses, Bootsy.
Wind me up. Yeah. Now you know where Michael Jackson got that. I
think everyone. I realized I didn't get enough darks in on her eyebrows.
Yeah, that's the last thing I want to do is have to come back for any of this. There's so much detail. You know what I mean? Like I kept thinking about that. I was like, oh my gosh, I got to get all this. Oh wow, you're really getting so much in. I love that. All that gray. Wow, that looks great.
Yeah, I mean, and then I'll cool gray that you got going. Blur it out and then chunk it back up and then blur it out.
It already gave that effect though, that cool effect, that light that's coming through the pier.
Yeah.
The underside, that's dope.
Oh, yeah, I love it.
That's so cool. Yeah, yeah.
Not my paint. I mean the
the way that works. Yeah.
The reference are great. And I'm just doing kind of the darks around to make the eye.
Ba-da-ba-ba.
They can't hear the song. That's what's awesome.
No, I know. I just
that's what I'm saying.
I just did that out of the blue for the heck of it. Just to be a goofball.
No, I'm laughing though because if you heard the song, it went like with it.
Oh, we need brushes. So I gotta wash brushes so bad. These crap ones are starting to show their colors. All right.
Now I'm just trying to go in, and now that I'm getting a little bit more detail on her face, I'm trying to make sure I measure everything a little bit more, accurate, I guess, or a little bit with a little bit more brush placement,
Oh yeah, choices.
purposeful brush
Making
strokes.
better choices.
Yeah.
You know, they always talk about on, which reminds me, on The Office Ladies about making acting choices. Same goes for making art choices. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, you've got to, that's a big part of this.
Yeah.
It's making good choices right up front, right in the beginning, and then you don't have to worry about fixing them later.
Yeah. And that's kind of what I'm doing right now. I'm just going in and trying to be a little bit, now that I'm getting to actual details and not just like kind of laying paint softly, or like more in chunks and with no detail. Now I'm actually trying to get a little bit actual detail in there. I'm going to spend a little bit more time and attention on what placements I'm making. Before, sometimes I just kind of like felt like I just put them somewhere just for no reason. I was like, why did I just put that there? I didn't mark that. I didn't line it with anything. I just kind of
Yeah.
just did it. Dummy.
It
But it's
seems
just
like it happens a lot too when you are painting something that you think you know. You know what I mean? And rather than what you
Yeah,
see.
exactly.
Yeah, just need new brushes because even ones that I enjoy, like brands that I know are good, some of these are just crap now. But we'll get them. Just have to make an order.
Yeah.
Excuse me. So I'm starting to do some of her eye, the detail in her eye, just because of the value that it is. It's super dark. Like
Yeah.
the eyelashes, the eye, yeah, the makeup that she has on is very dark at the top of her eyes. So I want to get some of that in, just because of where it is on the value scale, dark to light.
makes everything make sense on her. Like on her in her eyes, you know, because she's just got a really nice wide open shelf.
Mm-hmm. And I'm going to be going, and I'll probably mix my first pile of flesh tone just so I have the mid. And I'm going to actually try to mix it towards the mid value of her face. And then, like, you know, just like with the grays, then I'll try from there to tint, you know, warm or cool, or worry about value again, you know, restating darks and lights and all that. But I'm going to work on the midtones when I come back to applying paint to the canvas again. Her eyebrows are also a version of neutral. See, I get to kind of skip around ahead a lot because Brittany's doing the full image, so she's got a lot more to be responsible for. I can kind of skip around. That's another thing too. If you're working on sort of an alla prima style one like I am, you get to an area that's just kind of frustrating you. You're not figuring it out right away or whatever. It's not a problem. Move to a different spot. That's just what you do. Just move on. Sometimes people don't tell you that kind of crap. You don't know that it's like okay or whatever. But yeah, move around the painting. Like maybe if her eyes aren't, like if you're not getting the eye socket shape in correct, you know, right away, go down and try to work on the shape of the underside of her nose. You know, and that's the way I work on noses. I don't know if we don't mention that a lot, but noses are a structure. You know, they're made. I'm sure if you've had any kind of any kind of an anatomy class or whatever, they always talk about all these different structures within the nose. And just in painting and in drawing them a lot, you'll realize that's what they are. But when I paint them, I mean, the way I was taught to put them on the canvas and where they are, uh, you kind of do that forehead shape. You get the outline of the outside of your head. In this case, she has a crab on top of her head too. So you drew the whole outline. Then I went in and I drew the kind of the forehead shape and made sure I had ground zero correctly, which is sort of that base shape. It's like a baseball diamond base shape right in the middle of the eyebrows and right at the top, kind of right at between the eyes, like that line. That's like the bottom of it. If you get that shape correct on a face, that can be your anchor. That's where you'll go back to. That, you know, I don't think we made that clear enough. That's where you're going back to start lining shit up on the face. Just different features on the face. You can kind of start making comparisons that way. And a lot of times it's just hard to like say, okay, this is the spot that I'm going to do it in. That's the spot. If you needed to be told that, or if you always wanted to know, I don't care. That's the spot. Just use that from now on. And it'll be just fine. That'll work for you. For real, it will. It helps out people that are way better than me, so it must work. I don't know if I use it correctly all the time, but or remember to. And then, of course, it also has to do with how well you nail it when you drop it in initially. So if you're ever going to pay attention to a part of a painting to nail, that's the spot. That's what she said. No, if that's what you didn't, or if you've never been told that, that's a good thing to do. But then, so you get that, then you like what I would do is draw like a line. If you feel the highest part of your cheekbones, like when it rolls around, that's a plane. You know, that's a shelf. It's a place where light will collect or bounce off of or skip off of as it travels. Um, so you make a line on where that kind of magic area is because that's the roll between shadow and light. And then you kind of get your socket defined by that. And then you can go back in and then you could do all the stuff with how the eyeball sits in there and the shape of all the stuff around it or whatever. Later. But after you do that, then you can kind of go in and then you go down and you draw. What I do is I draw how much of the underside of the nose. If the nose is sticking out at me, if it's the nose is like if you turn it that way, if the nose comes down and then back again, that underside, whether the person has their head turned up or down, if they've got their head looking down, then you won't see anything. You won't even have to worry about that area. But when we were painting her, she's almost looking straight at us, but she has one of those noses, the structure of it is turned up just a touch. Not snooty, just has that lift. And so what I did is I drew this kind of shape in that's like just that area on the underside. And that way it kind of, I know where my planes are, where I'm going to have dark, light, dark will be under, light will be on top. That shape is going to cast a shadow underneath it, or in this case, when we took this shot, I reflected light back up on her. So it kind of eliminated a lot of that information as far as a painter goes, what we like to use. But whatever, you got to use what's there or push what's there too. And what's really cool is that she's got this tiny little shadow that's over there on the side of it. That's the wrong color. I shouldn't have done that. But anyways, yeah, I was using her eyelash color to draw her nose. So anyways, I'm going to mix up some midtones and of flesh tones. And the way I'm going to do that, the colors I'm going to use for that is we're still kind of working our way around. Like, I don't know if we haven't said anything about that either, but on the palette's the key. And this palette has a function. Like when we first mix up our color, like I would normally have olive green here. I didn't have to mix it up because Brittany had a big pile of it that I stole some from, but I would usually have olive green here, uh, and then alizarin, cobalt blue, manganese blue, hue, uh, titanium white, burnt sienna, yellow ochre pale, Indian yellow, and then scarlet lake. That's my palette right now. Brittany's is somewhat different because she likes different.
I was just gonna actually toss in because if I don't know if you can tell from mine's kind of further back in the image, but let me get the color.
Brittany likes to use like a already kind of
Bright.
made. She uses a variety of
A couple different I
like
use
a
three different
violet and
purples. Yeah, I use a manganese violet, a cobalt violet, and then something else. And
is that sort of a warm and a cool violet then?
yes.
Because
And
manganese has like
so
the orange,
I use
the green in it,
a manganese violet,
which is a richy one, right?
and it's kind of muted, almost like
okay.
manganese blue. It gives it a more dull. When I use my gray,
Okay.
I add this a lot of times into the gray. And then I use, but these, to me, I'm just punching up, I'm having like just kind of fun, you know?
Right.
And then what I just added was permanent magenta. That's what I just added right now. It makes, and then it's like a little bit more purple than, I guess you could just add probably cobalt blue to your alizarin. But I really like, I don't know what's in this. I'd like to know what the mixture of this is. If anyone knows, let me know. Permanent magenta. Permanent. Just probably magenta. Permanent magenta. Is it purely saturated magenta?
I don't know what they would use to even build that.
Yeah.
I think
But I
there's more
really-
ultramarine than there is cobalt because cobalt's really
That's maybe
muted.
why I like it, because it has this like kind of really rich.
Yeah, that would be ultramarine then, I would imagine.
It's really, really vibrant, and it's a, like the alizarin has that, but then this has like a cooler version of it. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah. So anyways, when I started to mix our drawing color, our darkest dark is up here, our dark, and then we do the neutrals are gray. So that's why I kind of went from, I mix over here and we just use a tiny bit of Indian yellow in it. So it's like we go dark, then gray, and then it'll go mid, then highlight. So it has a function to it. It has a circle, or a square, basically.
Yeah, kind of like
With your white piles being up here, you're different. Mine's nasty, messy right now.
I was going to say, I'll show
dipped
you mine
into
right
it,
here
yeah.
while he's explaining it. Look, because I just spread those grays like you were just talking about. Look,
Yeah.
like how you pulling them, right? Is that what you're talking about? Like
Oh no, I was
pulling?
gonna say I mix my mids here and then I pull from them over to there. That's what she's talking about. She pulls from those over into her piles because there's always, you come out of your gray into the mid and then you go into your highlight. So that's what I was saying with that. I was just showing how the palette kind of has a function,
Yeah.
or a process.
No. I know. I was using the pool show on mine with
Yeah.
what you're talking about. I know mine's not quite set up like that right now because I did.
No,
big
you
piles.
you do the separates
Yeah.
like that and then pull straight down from them.
But it's the same. It's that
Same thing.
Same thing, which it's so nice. It just
It
makes
mostly
really
happens
smooth.
in the palette.
Yep.
For sure, though.
Keeping it clean. That's how everything keeps clean and purposeful.
Yeah.
That's what I really been trying to really learn is purposefulness. Because before a lot of times I felt like learning, and now I feel a little bit more in control where I want to practice purposefulness and
Making choices.
yeah.
Yeah. Totally. Oh, nobody else could hear that. I got to remember that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sitting here just whistling along. Is Manny still painting along?
Thanks.
You there, brother?
And now I'm leaning a little bit, getting closer to my cool grays. That's where kind of good lead into what Dave was just talking about. When we were talking about palette, I was just showing my purples. Now I'm kind of rolling out of my warms, and that's kind of how I roll out of them. I roll out of them with my purples and have this kind of in between. And then now I'm rolling, gonna work on a little bit of those, and then lean into like my cools, my magenta manganese, blue, and white with my blacks. And then after I get kind of that locked in and I get a little bit more and finish up on her face, I'm going to go back to the background and kind of reshape, get the crown in.
crap out of me.
She has all these cool pieces on the side of her face. I'm going to get a couple more of those shadows in. Kind of build that structure. A lot of them are just pearls and shells. I love all the cool shadows they cast. And shapes on the side of her face.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of these pearls down here with this color shadow.
She doesn't really have a mid. It's weird. I mean, there is.
But it's like it's mainly
almost
just a balance of
a lot.
cool and
Yeah.
warm in
Yeah.
the grays.
All in like sort of a
And
not
then a really nice bright
single
glow.
value. Yeah.
And then a glow. So
Yeah.
it's like you want to really play with that. That's why I've like really pushed those grays, because there's like it's just mainly
So
this
many.
variation of gray on like sparkling around her, and then
Yeah.
this glow because we lit her with basically our, you know, like warm, and then there's all that cool around her, so it's pushing that even further.
It's like, look, it's like these three tiny little variations in the same value, but just
Yeah.
little variations of warmth and cool, huh? Like,
Yeah.
or it's almost warmth and warmth and warmth, almost like, but just variations of it.
Yeah.
Cooler and warm. I don't
It's
know.
a lot of play of color going on in this one. Just because of everything around her bouncing around. There's a lot of life going on around her that's affecting what you're seeing on her. So you're kind of, you know, standard palette's going to be pushed a little bit with this one, I think.
Oh, for real.
Just because of how much is being picked up in nature around her. did I do with it? I'm just going in and kind of re-going in with some darks. Getting a few more things kind of locked down on her face. I don't want to go too heavy on my paint because I'm going to be working a lot on this painting and I don't want to overwork stuff. And I'm trying to go a little softer, you know, and not render anything yet. So I'm trying to fight not getting a bunch of everything in, you know, locked in. So I'm going to do a little bit more of the face and the crown and then get some of this fun background in to kind of make everything around her start making sense.
Again, this gesso is just taking so much of this paint off of my brush. It's crazy.
I love Blake's gesso.
Yeah, the professional gesso.
Mm-hmm. I've tried all of theirs, or we've tried all of them.
They've all been pretty good. Yeah.
But you get what you, with, for sure, gesso, you get what you pay for, man. When we bought that, the best of it, like even the one right before it is good, but the best, their highest grade is this like beautiful, 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 like chalk.
Yeah, we don't get anything from anybody as far as endorsements, so
No.
that's just our own personal preference. Stuff works pretty good. Blick's professional or whatever. It's got like a really good little, it's kind of a easily workable texture to it or density.
Yeah, it's like that marble dust feel. No, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it feels like it. It's not, but
it's
feels
not.
like it.
Exactly. That's what I mean. It's that closest to that without being actually modeling paste.
Yeah, because that's the modeling paste is marble dust.
But it's pretty good. No,
I think it's freaking awesome. Yeah. I like it. This looks so dark. But it's sure going to make it nice and pretty when you go to start laying some of those other colors on top of it.
I was going to say, that's what makes it, though.
Yeah. Oh, that might be a little bit too dark right there. Lighten it up just a touch. And right now, like I was talking to Britt about, is this gesso just steals everything off of your brush. So I'm loading up the board with a lot of paint.
Because it'll take it.
It's going to take it to get stuff up there. And there's little hairs on the side of my reference, on the side of her face and my reference. But we're not going to worry about those right away because that's kind of the stuff that's a lighter color. So we're painting, back to front, even though I'm not messing with my background so much a lot. I'm just trying to keep that value back there correct. But I still am painting her skin first, and I'll put the hair over it. I mean, yeah, you can go around it, I guess, but I guess I'm doing it the lazy, faster way. That's how I wrote. I think this needs to go up higher. There we go. Now I have a lot of this stuff in my drawing is, if you're watching, if you've seen it from the get-go, you could tell I had a lot of this stuff in already for my drawing, basically almost even to the value and the color that it needed to be. But it still needs to have paint on it. Like I still got to go back and get some paint up on there. You can't. I mean, yeah, it's fun to leave stuff like that just for the hell of it in a finished piece on purpose. But those are purposeful.
Yeah, you want only purposeful.
If you're gonna do it on if you're gonna do it for a reason, then it'll read as that. You know what I mean? But don't just do it to be lazy.
Because that's what reads.
Yeah, you'll know. People will know. It'll show. I've tried it. Trust me.
I'm just kind of reworking some of those darks behind her and building shape. I'm painting a lot of structure on this one, so I'm going to just kind of take my time on that. I really want to kind of not get them lost, so I don't have to do a lot of kind of repainting later on for me. I love that bold dark and light behind her though. It's so fun. So romantic. That that kind of not romantic and like in that romantic painting style.
Mm-hmm. No, we get you. I hope everybody gets you. This could be silly. See, like these colors, and there's some color over here in her hair that I think might actually benefit if it would be interesting to almost leave it through to the end because of the color, because of how cool or lucky I got that it just happened to work. And so I'm going to leave it because you can tell it reads. That's what I meant by purposefully leaving the original drawing color in. Okay. Mm. Mm. Damn it. Okay. Go back, and even though I just discovered, I've already been this far on it, I've discovered that I didn't like something about my drawing, so I'm going to go back and I'm actually going to fix it, and it's something that no one looks forward to. I realized that I had drawn her eye too low. And even though her eye isn't as open on one side as it is the other, I actually drew it too low. So I could have faked it, but I'm not gonna. I'll just move her eye up. Listening to Shaft on the funk radio. Who is the man? Damn right. Shut your mouth.
Play what song is it? Name
Yeah.
that song.
Yeah, does anybody recognize the song I'm singing? Who is the man? They'll hear my amazing singing and they'll pull the whole video.
Is that what that would be?
Well, that's because they'll know it's the real song. They'll be like, holy shit, that sounds like the real song.
Just doing a quick blur again. Soften everything. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. Look.
Oh,
that could have been bad.
Oh, that could have been.
When I went like this, gnarly. It picked it up and dropped, and I went right up. That was so lucky. Wow. That could have been messy.
That could have been so bad.
Don't use this as a blur brush anymore. It's got to just be cleaned. It's tainted now. Dookie dookie. I'll leave that alone for a quick second. Of course, it's right over the white stripe going the opposite way. So the white goes this way.
And that's going to stain, too.
I know.
That sucks. You're going to have to...
Oh, wait, here.
There you go. Bam!
That's my warm pile. There, it'll contrast with that blue when I lay it over it. Pardon me. Soften some of these details in here.
Oh, that looks dope. That's so dope.
I did kind of a bold purples because when I lay that gold,
yeah,
I think it'll kind of
stand out.
Yeah, just
That
to kind of play with that cold, you know, icy, kind of pull more of it out.
Mm-hmm.
Looks just like her, man. Mine's like a character right now. Still over.
But it's a sick character. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's not 100% the likeness yet, but you don't even have anything but just the darks in.
Yeah, I haven't really
So-
kind of focused on trying to nail any details or stuff like that yet.
The whole time, though, you're just terrified that you're going to lose that softness in her, that
Yeah.
that look. You know what I mean? Whatever that is, I don't know what it is.
Soft. It's soft. It's trusting that she does have hardness in her. She's
Mhm.
got strong, like, bone structure. She's got strong bone features, like her face, but her features, like her eyes, her eyeballs, and then not her like eye, like
Yeah, there's a gentle.
yeah, like her actual iris, and then her nose, and then her lips are all very soft, but then her actual bone structure is very strong.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta get those grass.
Sorry.
Name the song. I'm still kind of working on my warm cools, which are like my more purples. And then I'm going to start getting into my cools actually. And then some of the crayon too. I'm just kind of trying to establish her crown. I haven't really built that whole area in. And I just realized I got to get a lot of darks behind her. Be careful of that red. I need to just get rid of this towel real quick. That Scarlet Lake can just ruin everything. Alright, there we go. Get some of this dark behind her. I'm just trying to reestablish some of the darks around everything and build some shape. Some of my grays. And kind of bring that darkness from around the background into the crown to kind of build some of that shape. Kind of works for those pearls. And I'm just kind of doing the dark underside of the shell on the crabs. Oh, good idea, my love. It's a good idea, my love. Alright, I think I got a little bit more of my cools on her face, and then I'm going to head to the background. Oh yeah, it's totally ready. Actually, I'm going to throw a warm in real quick. Just getting a couple more of these warm grays.
Sorry. We're at 4 hours. Well, with the break.
I figured we'd stop at 4:20 because that was 20-minute break we probably had.
Yeah.
4 hour at 4 would be
No,
4
as long
hours.
as they let us.
Yeah. Doing a little bit more darks in her eyebrow, reestablishing that. That kind of is what anchors in her eyes, because her eyes are dark, but I think her eyebrows is really what kind of builds that shape, because her eyes are really soft and doughy. And I guess in mine's more of a tilt, so there's this, like, see on mine, there's like this hard line edge, because she's that kind of builds that whole shape. Yeah, and I just looked over and I was like, oh, yours isn't so much at that angle that mine is.
No, it's not as hard as yours. There's not as much of a hardcore.
I gotta go get my watch. It's going off.
I thought that was you breathing or something. I was like, what is that noise? I think you were going like humming. And I kept wanting to go, oh, babe, people can't hear you. You're on radio. That's so funny. Okay.
Oh, here, you want to take mine with me?
Mm-hmm. Oh,
No, I think you're okay.
Get rid of these 20 times rewarmed coffees.
Right?
here, babe.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. I couldn't even see you. I could see, I could sense you in my peripheral.
Holding it to you. I wasn't standing there holding
Oh,
it
okay.
forever or nothing. I was looking at the camera mostly. Delicious.
All right. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're back now live. No?
Oh, for a bit.
Painting Megan Burns. That's weird. We know a Megan Burns now and a Miranda Burns.
Oh,
Right?
yeah. But that's not her real last name.
No.
But we do know, yeah.
No, only on The Simpsons is that her name. I understand. Hmm. It's such a cool shot.
Yeah. Came out really good. I like it. It's fun. Like, so dope.
Gosh, you're so lucky.
Huh.
Huh?
What?
Because you're going to be painting that for a while.
Yeah.
And there's so much cool stuff in it. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
all the barnacles, and I don't know why I like to call them that.
Because that's what they are. Because they're alive.
No, they're barnacles, but I like
Once
pronouncing
they're alive,
them wrong
they're
and
like
saying
cute little
barnacles.
animals.
No, I'm
Really?
saying it like Achilles,
Oh.
like barnacles, like
Oh.
like.
I thought you were saying it because they were
like
like
cute little.
things.
No.
Oh.
It's just the way it's spelled to me. Looks like it's like some kind of a Greek god or something like that named Barnacles.
That's hilarious.
That's funny though. It works on that other level too. Like they're cute little creature animal things. Or whatever.
Yeah.
That's some funny shit. Yeah.
Just living their best life.
Being the best version of them they can. That's funny. We need to get another jar.
I know.
We're gonna have to take a ride into.
Is it open?
No, maybe we'll have to order.
We'll see. We'll call them. If it is, I'd like to just go in.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I thought he just said the burn on my balls.
Girl, what?
Listening to that song, Take Me to the River. But it sounded like he said the burn on my balls to me. And I can't describe to you where it is in the freaking song, so sorry. It's another doozy, babe. Headdresses are just dope. And the photos you set up are pretty damn dope too. Like,
Yeah, came out great. The models are awesome.
yeah, the references are just so much fun all the time.
Yeah.
I guess just because they're so well shot, like they're well done, well planned out.
Yeah. Well, we're down to about our last 10 minutes. I'm just going to do a couple more darks. I still have a lot to do. Mine's really rough. But this is a longer painting. I don't think, even if you did a little chunk, I mean, unless you did like a really up close chunk, could you get it done probably in one sitting? Or if you did small, like a up close, if you did like a more up close
Or
shot.
Manny, where you got a good drawing really quick and then just started just piling paint
That's what
on
I was
and
gonna
kicked
say, or you
ass
did
like a badass.
That's what I was just gonna get at.
Fucking
Or you did like
fucking
the
Manny.
like perfect, like the alla prima fast quick steps and getting like you went through all of them like
Yeah, he
solid all the way
just
through.
destroyed.
Great alla prima. It was awesome. It was great likeness. You have to post a mini so Megan can see it. Look dope.
But yeah, tune in. Maybe we'll do some more. We can do another one tomorrow or something. Just a couple. See what's up. Because these are going to be some doozies. I imagine they'll go for a minute.
Yeah.
And we'll try to post them, or we'll try to do them on here so you guys could watch the progress as they go. Because I know I'm going to need another setting or two with mine. Just to, I mean, I haven't even got out of the mids really, or I'm still kind of messing around with some of the grays, even kind of going back in and doing stuff that I forgot. But yeah, come check back in, or we'll announce, we'll put up when we're doing this again and working on this actual.
Yeah, so if you're painting it too,
piece.
you can paint along. We'll do it through the next couple of days. So if you're working on it, you could work along with us.
Yeah, that way we could all work on it together.
Send your progress, or if you're finished, to woodburyhillstudio@gmail.com, or if you post it on anything, any of the tags you see above, all three of us. You can find the model. You can find us at all the platforms. And tag us so we can see.
Yeah, I'm going to bring up the camera so that you could see here.
We'll maybe have you do it to mine too, because mine's so far away. They didn't.
I can never get the image very good on here. I suck at it. That's kind of where I've gotten so far. Looks crazy. But anyways, there's that. And then there's the thing. And then here's... Try not to move it too much, but there you go. So, anyways.
Yeah, email us if you painted along. Tag the model.
Yeah, tag the model so she can see.
If you post it, I'm sure she'll love to see them.
Yep, and then we'll be back at it. Catch
Yeah.
you guys next time.
Have a good one.